Honor. We're still waiting for Mr. PV Dinesh.
Yes, thank you. Well, we'll wait for him and start as soon as he joins us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ясно, не знам.
Good morning, Mr. Dinesh.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Good. All right, now, counsel, do you have all your teams assembled?
This side is I'm fine.
Good. Ms. Walker?
Good morning. Yes, I believe that we have everybody assembled, including Mr. Gelov and his translator, who's currently also showing as being on Teams.
Good. All right, thank you. So, Mr. Dinesh, I assume that your case is now closed. You've led the evidence that you wish to lead in support of your claim. Is that right?
Yes. Whoever, I think Mr. Alexander is joining. Mr. Gelov is joining.
Well, he's the defendant's witness.
Yes, fine.
All right. All right. Well, Mr. Dinesh, then we'll take it your case is closed. And Ms. Walker, you've already opened. You wish to lead evidence for Mr. Gelov?
Yes, please.
All right. Will you swear him and the interpreter as well? Is there an interpreter's oath? Is that the practice in this court?
I believe Mr. Popov is also able to hear me.
Good morning. Yes, I'm
Good
here.
morning. Thank you very much. And could I ask Mr. Gelov and Mr. Popov, are you going to be seeking to affirm or swear on the oath?
I will be seeking this Popov speaking, the interpreter, to affirm.
Thank you, Mr. Popov. And Mr. Gelov?
I will affirm.
Thank you.
Mr. Popov, please repeat after me. I'm the court clerk. Would you please state your full name and occupation for the record?
Lazar Popov, interpreter and translator.
Thank you. And you said you will be affirming, correct?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly declare and affirm.
I solemnly declare and affirm.
That the evidence I shall give will be the truth.
That the evidence I shall give will be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And now,
Charlotte, sorry, Charlotte, I don't want to interrupt, but normally the interpreter takes a separate oath, an oath to interpret truly. Do we not have such a thing?
I will check right away, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because Mr. Popov isn't giving evidence. All he's doing is translating the evidence given by Mr. Gelov. So there should be an interpreter's oath in standard form we can use. But perhaps you might look for that while we swear in Mr. Gelov.
I will be waiting for instructions, and in the meantime, Mr. Gelov, would you like to swear in, please?
Yes.
Yes. Will you be affirming or swearing today? Affirming. Okay, then please repeat. Actually, please state your name and occupation for the record.
My name is Alexander Gelov. I'm senior contract manager.
Thank you. And please repeat after me. I solemnly declare and affirm.
I solemnly declare and affirm.
That the evidence I shall give today.
That the evidence I shall give today.
Will be the truth.
Will be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Okay, I do have instructions right now. So, Mr. Popov, please repeat after. Please affirm to the following. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make an accurate, complete, and impartial interpretation from the English language? Apologize, Mr.
From Macedonian into English.
Yes, can you please let me know what language you will be using today?
I will be interpreting Mr. Gelov when he speaks Macedonian. I will be translating that into English.
Thank you. Then I will start over. Apologies to the Honorable Court. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that you will make an accurate, complete, and impartial interpretation to the English language of all communications during this proceeding using your best skill, judgment, and ability, and that you will abide by the Code of Ethics and Professional Responsibility for Administrative and Judiciary Interpreters?
I do.
Would you please affirm? Thank you so
I
much.
affirm.
Good. Thank you. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, Mr. Gelov.
Good morning.
Mr. Gelov, you've produced 2 witness statements for these proceedings. Do you have them both in front of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please turn to the first witness statement, which for ease, it's at 6-582 of the bundle.
1 second, please.
Of course.
Yeah. Can you repeat, please?
It's at 6-582 of the bundle. Thank you. What date did you make the first witness statement?
Let me to open because I have done different witness statement.
Of course. Please let me know when you've got it in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Could you repeat the page number 06?
It's 06-582.
Okay. And the question was, please?
What date did you make the first witness statement?
No, cuidado.
No. Что дата у меня такая? 2nd of December 2020, I think. Let me check because I could not find the date. Tenth of February 2022. So
Thank you very much. And can you tell me how many paragraphs are in the first witness statement?
28.
Thank you very much. To make it easier for maybe also my learned friend, are you using a hard copy bundle or a PDF bundle?
At the moment, I'm using the soft copy in front of me, but I could, I could extend to the screen, and then I will follow the. Yes, right now I'm PDF. I'm on the PDF.
Okay, excellent. I will also then make it easier for you, and I will give you PDF numbers in a moment as well. I wasn't quite sure. I could see you had pages in front of you.
Yes.
Mr. Gelov, in relation to your first witness statement, do you believe the facts stated in your witness statement to be true?
Absolutely true, nothing more than true.
Thank you very much. We're now going to address your second witness statement. As you mentioned a moment ago, you have 2. For the trial bundle reference, it's at 6-691. And Mr. Gelov, I will get you the PDF reference now, if you give me 1 moment. Your second witness statement appears at PDF 2541. That's 2541 of the PDF.
Sorry, could you specify, because on the I'm using the web and it's a 06 starting
06-691.
691, yes, correct.
That's it. And then for the soft copy, it's 2541 of the PDF.
I'm using the PDF. Can you refer directly to the PDF, please?
It's 2541 of the PDF. Well, it is on my PDF. I'm hoping we have the same numbers. There could be
I'm sorry, but I couldn't find it here.
it's trial bundle reference 6-691. And for the soft copy 2541. So whichever you're entering the number into, it might assist. It's entitled Your Second Witness Statement.
Yes, but on 7. Let's double check. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
No, not at all, Mr. Gelov. I don't know whether if on the PDF it helps to put the 06-691 or whether it's the PDF total, which is 2541.
It's better to lead through the web, which is starting from 0. One second, please. Which is starting from 0-691 and then continue on the second witness statement. Could you refer to this page, please?
So for the second witness statement, it's 06-691.
Yes, correct.
Excellent. So you've got that in front of you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And what date did you make this witness statement?
3rd of March 2022.
Thank you very much. And how many paragraphs are contained in this witness statement?
21.
Do you believe the facts stated in your witness statement to be true?
Only the true and nothing more than true.
What is your role with the first defendant?
Please specify the question, please.
What is your role with the first defendant?
No. Да го одбранам предметот и да ги кажам сите факти кои се настанати во моментот на во целиот проблем.
My role is to defend the case and state all the facts surrounding the issue at hand.
Mr. Gelov, what's your employment position with the first defendant?
Senior contract and compliance manager, and I'm covering the division of the claims department.
What does that consist of on a day-to-day basis?
Договорите кои се на интернационално ниво се процесират преку мене. Compliance. No.
International contracts are processed by myself, by my department and myself.
Compliance документите кои се во согласност со договорите.
The compliance documents which arise from the contract.
Claims department комплетно мониторинг на целата методологија во claims department.
Claims department, monitoring of the entire methodology applied by the claims department.
Thank you, Mr. Gelov. There are no more questions in relation to Mr. Gelov's chief, so I hand over to Mr. Dinesh.
Yes, Mr. Dinesh, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Alexander Gelov, shall I address you as Mr. Gelov?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I request you to answer. Whenever I ask yes or no, please say yes or no. And if you have not understood the question, you can always ask me. I have no problem in repeating any number of times, right? Thank you. And I saw your witness statement. I've read both of your witness statements thoroughly. And I saw that in paragraph number 5, you said this witness statement was prepared with the assistance of your lawyers. Is that correct?
In some sort of label, yes, correct.
Thank you. And I hope that you can understand English very well. Is that correct?
Is correct up to the level of the correspondent, translating and writing and reading. But I'm using the translator just because I'm not enough comfortable to use my language in the court.
That's fine. I will not be using much of the court jargons, and you can use whichever, because you are much better than my witness, in fact. Thank you. Your English is very good. I saw your LinkedIn profile where you said you have excellent English proficiency, and all along you worked with the UN missions and other US embassy, studied abroad. So definitely you must be having good English. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. When did you join ECOLOG?
2nd of April 2019.
2019.
Yes.
Yes. So you are not aware of any of the facts. You are not personally involved in any of the transactions prior to 2019, April 2019. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, please? I didn't.
Yes. I'll make it clear. You joined ECOLOG in 2019.
Yes,
so
correct.
You are not personally involved in any transaction prior to April 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I saw a series of emails by you from May onwards, May 2019 onwards.
Correct.
Yes. And those emails are written with the assistance of somebody or by yourself. Those are excellent English.
By myself.
You are excellent English. So your written English is also very good.
I do believe.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so how did you come about this testing in UN mission on 5th of February 2019?
Pardon me?
How did you come up? How did you know about the testing conducted at UN mission on 5th February 2019?
I will answer this question through my Macedonian language because I have to express the certain level of the language.
Fine. Please proceed.
Файлот кај мене дојде крајот на мај 2019.
I received the file towards the end of May 2019.
Claims департментот не можеше да го имаше проблеми со файлот и не можеше да го реши проблемот и го предаде кај на
The claims department had problems with the file, couldn't resolve it, and they passed it on to me.
При студиите на целиот файл, почнав да ги разгледувам и да ги студирам сите стандарди што се однесуваат во конекција на Обединетите нации на ЮН.
When studying the file, I started to look into all the standards pertaining to the United Nations.
Fine, thank you. So you don't have a personal knowledge about any of this?
Previously, yes, I have.
What do you mean by previously by you have?
Through my experience, I already was familiar with the UN nation standard because I was working with some of the project with the UN. Because of my previous work, I was involved as a contracting management with many projects around the world, including the UN projects. So I'm familiar with the subject of the standards and the Codex Alimentarius.
Very good. So you have sufficient knowledge about the what do you call testing, DNA, all those scientific terms related to this trade.
I'm not an expert, but I could read the result based on the testing and based on the sufficient reports given from the compliance department or any different third-party laboratory what we are receiving from. But I'm not an expert in the tasting and the compliance, the food on the food industry.
You mentioned a lot of technical terms in your affidavit. So can I ask questions on those? Are you proficient?
In some certain level, yes.
You are very
because
proficient.
Because I'm also Six Sigma certified manager.
Fine. So you have vast experience in the Middle East. You worked in Dubai, Kuwait. You worked in the U.S. Embassy, part of U.S. Embassy, Iraq. So are you aware of these holidays in Middle East?
Yes.
Okay. So when the defendant, the claimant sent you a communication saying that on 8th August, the offices are closed for Eid holidays. That will be up to 15th of August 19. Is that correct?
It's correct.
So, did you respect those holidays? You know that nothing will be.
I do respect the holidays, but in our certain case, the deadline was exceeded 8th of April, previously given the few extension up to the date of 8th of August.
So, but anyway, after when there is a holiday, nothing is possible in the Middle East, isn't it? Particularly Eid holidays.
Correct.
Thank you. And are you familiar with this import confirmation certificate? You mentioned your mails about import confirmation certificate. Are you quite familiar with this import confirmation certificate?
Yes, correct. I'm very familiar with the export document and the procedure through the customer and the logistic exercising on the re-export of the goods from one to another country.
Okay. So will it be possible to get an import confirmation certificate within few days in Ajman, particularly when there is Eid holidays?
To answer the question, we have to go back a little bit, few months back before I'm answering this question. Can it be possible, or you want me to answer the question straight away?
You can answer subsequently. For the time being, this is good enough for me. Thank you.
Okay. So your question.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask this question. Where are you joining from?
Sorry, where I'm going?
Where are you located now at the moment?
In Tetovo, at the office.
In?
Tetovo, in Macedonia, in my office.
Okay. Who all with you now in the room?
Only translator.
Pardon me?
Only translator and me.
Only translator. Thank you. So when did you destroy this good? When did you destroy this goods which were sent by the claimant?
I didn't destroy it. That's personally. That's the procedure.
I don't mean that.
Join of the Association of the Malian and the UN President. I do believe it was like mid of October.
Mid of October. That's correct. And when did you give this deadline for recovery?
Pardon me?
When was the deadline for recovery? When was the last date you have given for recovery of the goods?
8th of August.
So 8th August, September, and October.
Correct.
Right. So after 3 months, you destroyed it.
This is not.
You mean the whichever authorities it is?
The schedule is not making by ECOLOG. The schedule is coming from the government authority. So we could not lead the time of the destroying. Once the deadline is exceeded, we submit the memorandum to the government authority, including the approval from the UN to the health organization in Mali. And they are the only one who they're going to lead and make the schedule for this destruction. Sometimes it's getting 1 week, sometimes it's getting 6 months, sometimes it's getting, in our position, it's got like almost 3 months.
Fine.
This is nothing in our ECOLOG control.
Fine. So you said you are quite familiar with this international trade, right?
Correct.
Fine. So do you know what is this ex-works contract?
Yes.
What is that?
That we are buying we are paying the goods on the destination of the loading in a country of origin.
So who was picking up these products? Who was picking up these goods from the center of claimant from Ajman? Who was picking it up? Who was taking delivery? Who was taking delivery of the goods from Ajman?
Our logistic department.
Your logistics department. So they go to the factory and take delivery.
No, actually, in our agreement, Eastfish is preparing the loading, presenting the whole documents, acceptance and revision of the whole documentation for the custom clearance, and all appropriate documents which has to pass through the several borders till reach the final destination. They're collecting the whole documents and they are approving the process of loading and shipping the products.
So the documentation is done by Eastfish.
Correct.
Thank you. And who was arranging this container?
I do believe we are booking. Our logistic department is booking the container and give you the instruction that the container is going to be the certain day ready to be loaded, and then the organization is from our side.
So the trucks, the logistic departments will also arrange trucks, containers, everything, and they'll take delivery of the goods. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So you had your own quality controllers.
Not on this particular business with Eastfish. I do believe that only once the goods were checked, that was from the beginning. That's the whole certificates and packing list and all appropriate documents are ready to be loaded for the pardon me, I have to continue in Macedonian language.
No, it's fine. No, the answer is good enough. If you want to say something more, of course, you are welcome to say.
Yes, I will. Yeah. Значи целосно имавме во една ситуација со Eastfish имавме организирано инспектор од страна на трета компанија.
In one situation with Eastfish, we organized an inspector coming from a third party.
Тоа беше со цел за почетокот на бидејќи тоа беше почетната фаза било почетната фаза на бизнисот.
There was the initial stage of the business.
Затоа пративме трето лице да видат дали се сите документи во ред за да може робата да помине сите граници за да дојде до финалната дестинација.
This is why we send a third party to check if all the documents were in order so that the goods could go through all the borders and reach the final destination.
Who is the third party?
The third party on this particular case, I do believe it was the one QA person from the third company. I don't remember the name of the, but I do believe it's some person of the quality control from SSH the company. I'm not familiar with this particular person.
So you have an arrangement with a third party to check the quality.
It's not a quality to check the documents and the packing list. Is the shipment is the goods or the full container are appropriately covered with the documentation.
So all these 5 years you are doing the same thing.
Yes,
same
correct.
style of business. All the 5 years.
Yes, correct.
And you are receiving the same kind of goods all these 5 years.
We are in the business of the certain different level, and but basically, yes, correct. This is the only one way how we are proceeding with how we are working with our other suppliers, including the Eastwish.
Fine. So the Eastwish was supplying the same goods for the last 5 years, same style.
As I see the file, we started the business since 2014.
Yes. So you inspected only once. The quality controller inspected only once.
The quality control is inspected the only documents what they need to proceed with along with the shipment, but not the quality of the.
It just said that the documentation part is done by some other third party, and the quality controller is always with this quality of the products. Is that correct?
I said in one particular case that we employ the third part from the beginning just to make make sure that the whole documents are going to be relevant, that the goods to pass, the container can go smoothly through the border. This means that health certificate, origin certificate, packing list, the invoice, export documents, and what kind of shipment documents that they have. That's the only one purpose what we employ. Once it started smoothly in the coordination with our logistic department, Eastfish presented the whole documents via email. Once the logistic department reviewed the whole file, then approved and ready to go for the loading.
And I saw some of your some of your Eastfish UA people are also actively involved in this entire transaction. Is that correct? You have an office in UA, isn't it? You have an office in Al Jazeera. No, this is a simple question. You don't need a translator for this. Do you have an office in UAE?
Yes, we have.
You have an office, right? So they were giving you all this support.
No. We have only a few departments there in Dubai, which is covering the different division. We have a legal department and we have a finance, but we have nothing. We have no department who is involved with contracting and quality or logistic department there. There is only few people that are working there.
Okay. What is the company's name, department's name?
Departments in Dubai, you mean?
Yeah, the company's name.
It's the name of the person or the department's name?
No, the company. You have a company in UAE, is that it?
International, ECOLOG International.
No, you have a UAE company as well, isn't it? You have a UAE company. Eastfish UAE is also there. Second defendant, you must be knowing about it.
We have a subsidiary company registered in Mali, who is the ECOLOG International in Mali. This is the subsidiary of our ECOLOG International.
So
this is the system company.
Fine. That is a Mali company. And UAE also you have a subsidiary company, is it?
Correct.
Fine. So I saw a lot of mails, and all these people who are working with the UAE companies are all marked in those mails. And they were regularly visiting the processing center. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, please? You are talking. Okay, I couldn't understand if you are talking about.
Don't worry.
You are talking about
it's my mistake.
in Emirates,
no,
or you are talking about a different entity in Mali.
No, it's my mistake. I did not make it so clear. I saw your mails, a lot of mails which you sent, and those mails are marked to so many persons.
Correct.
Right. So, and most of them are working in UAE of either UAE subsidiary.
Okay. Some of the signature, we are all working for the ECOLOG International. The position, the position and the place we are working. Some of the people, they have the signature as the UAE because the ECOLOG International is recognized as the entity in Dubai. Head department of the contracting, logistic, procurement is stationed in Macedonia, but basically we're working with through the ECOLOG International. This is the location and the structure of the company. There's nothing depends on the actual presentation.
It does not actually refer to the place where we're located.
So for this ex-works contract, you basically take the support from your subsidiary company.
That's not correct. Our subsidiary company in Mali is registered because all the shipments are arriving for the mission, and we have to have a subsidiary.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gello. I was referring to the subsidiary company in Dubai, not Mali company.
Okay, sorry, interrupted. Sorry for misunderstanding. Correct. What was your question then, please? Could you repeat, please?
So the question I'll repeat again. Your subsidiary company in UAE was supporting you in this ex-works contract, isn't it?
No.
I saw the mails and those people actively participating.
The people, as I explained before, the procurement department, the whole email correspondential was with the people who were involved in the case with the ISWISH. That's mean the procurement department, logistic department, QA department in Mali, team of the warehousing in Mali, our finance, and including the one person as a legal department who is located in Dubai. All of the people are on the different location.
Fine. So you have a warehouse in Mali.
Our warehouse, we are using the warehouse from the property of the United Nations warehouse.
You have a warehouse. See, United Nations have got a lot of warehouses.
We don't have a warehouse in Mali. We are using the warehouse which is property of the United Nations.
So, are you paying rental for that?
No, we have. We are providing the. We are not renting. Our contract is consists that how we could use the warehousing in on their facilities, on the UN facilities.
So you have, but you said in your affidavit that you have at the part of the risk purchase part that you always keep the goods ready because you don't know whenever the supply demand comes from the United Nations. Is that correct? I'll explain to you. Don't worry.
Yes.
You said, because you went for a risk purchase, isn't it? You went for, because you know the international trade,
yes,
terms and terms. So correct. You went for a risk purchase, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So, because the reason for risk purchase, which you mentioned, is that you don't know when the demand comes from the UN, so you have to keep the goods ready all the time. That is what is stated in your affidavit.
No, I didn't say that. I stated that your goods are available anytime and as a separate because the rejected product are kept in a different, separate in the warehouse, which are not accepted or is being rejected from the United Nations.
No, we are not on rejection. We are not supply. I'm just asking a general question. Whenever you have to have a sufficient quantity available with you as an UN supplier, is that correct?
Дали треба да имаш достатовни количини како добавувач во секој време како добавувач на Обединетите нации?
We have a schedule for the quantity planned in advance, almost 6 to 8 months. So the stock in the warehouse is according to the schedule. We could purchase or we could accept some of the goods in advance based on the project planning. So according to the broadcast of the UN.
So you source the goods according to you source the goods. You purchase the goods.
Yes, correct.
In advance.
Yes, correct.
And you pay the money for that.
Correct.
Because you said you will be storing it for 6-7 months.
Correct.
But some of the purchase contract you have to pay within a particular period of time. Is that correct?
It's correct, but that's the business of the that's the politics of the ECOLOG. This is nothing related with the business how we are working with the. I'm not seeing the context of your question, please.
No. You. I'll just clarify. You keep the goods in advance for 7 months, as you said right now.
Depends on the schedule. If the UN is allowed to purchase in advance 6 to 7 months, depends on the duration of the transport. Sometimes it's getting 60 to 2 to 3 months just for the transport from one to another destination. So we basically planning in advance at least 6 to 10 months in advance. So it depends if we find the sources and then we make the procurement, then we are reporting to the UN. If they approve, then we are good to go for the shipment. So if the capacity of the warehouse can allow to in the UN can allow to keep the goods in their warehouse for 6 or 7 months, depends on the BBD as well. Best before life. So we should keep the goods in advance. That's not the problem.
Fine. How many food supply fish suppliers you have? You're a big company. I mean, you supply everything salt to every product to UN.
Not that I have the numbers of the suppliers, but I do believe that this answer can answer only the procurement department. But as best of my knowledge, I think that at that moment the Eastfish was only one supplier for those particular items.
Fine. You said at that moment. So in this 5 years, only the Eastfish was the fish supplier.
I don't think so. I never reviewed this. I never make any analysis according to how many suppliers we have.
As a compliance officer, you might be knowing about this because you have to see that the compliance part. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Correct.
Yes. So in fact, if I say that there were other suppliers like Eastfish, is that correct?
Not that I saw it.
You did not. Only thing is you are not aware of it, isn't it?
Not that I come apart with that ECOLOG is dealing with some other supplier other than Eastfish at the moment on the subject of the claims.
So you have an obligation not to reveal the name of other suppliers as an officer of ECOLOG.
In some certain level, no.
I see. Thank you. And was there any glazing test conducted in Central African Republic? CAR? I know I can give you a very
Central African Republic, the glazing test.
Dobro.
Central African Republic.
Yes, correct. It's in SAR, in the UN facility warehouse as well.
Where, which place?
In the warehouse of the UN project.
In Mali
SAR.
or CAR? In Mali or CAR?
You are talking about the SAR. We are talking about the SAR.
You,
Central African Republic.
Have you filed any document in these proceedings showing that?
Have I filed?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you point out a single document, at least one paper where we conducted glazing test in Central African Republic?
Let me to just review the file because as best as I know right now, the Central African is not a glazing, is a rejection of the product. But let me to go through the file. I will give me only 1 minute and I will find the file.
There was no glazing issue in Central African Republic.
But let me to check the file because I think that there was not the subject to this particular item was not a subject for the glazing, is a subject for the different species and is being rejected. But I have to confirm just to see the file. Could you give me
but your affidavit, is it not prepared by you fully?
Yes, is prepared by myself.
Yes, but you have said there were glazing tests in Central African Republic.
That's what I said. Can I just to check the file and then I will revert directly to answer your question, please? Okay. Because the case is with 1,000 pages, so I could not particularly go back and forth to another subject.
Fine. Are you competent to give this deposition? Are you aware of the facts fully?
Of the deposition?
No. All these case papers, whatever the transactions happened?
Yes.
Okay. But the Central African Republic is an important UN mission, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
And the whole issue is with the glazing, isn't it?
As I repeat, I have to check which the item was there. And I'm not, at the moment I'm under the stress and I have to just to focus on just to double check what is the issue with the Central Africa. That's
fine. If I may assist, if Mr. Gelov could actually answer the question, he has asked if he could have a moment to find the paper and the question was put to him, what document exists? Could I ask that maybe he's allowed to actually find that document and answer the question fully to assist the court?
I'll reserve the question later. I'll come back to the question later. Let this pass for the time being.
Why, Mr. Dinesh? You've asked the question. Why can't the witness answer it?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, court decision, I can't say. Whatever court decision I have to go by.
All right. Mr. Geloff, how long would it take you to look through the documents, do you think?
I do believe not more than 1 minute.
Fine. I thought I was only concerned about time. That's the reason why I skipped it.
I said give me only 1 minute and I will find the file and then I will.
Please. All right, please do.
Because of the time constraint only, I said to pass.
All right, Mr. Geloff, over to you. You try and find the document if you can.
Yes, I'm on the way. Yes, it's correct. The glazing, it's a glazing issue. I find out the NCR report, which is referring to 17th of August, 2019.
My question is not that. Have
Yeah.
you filed any document showing the glazing test conducted with respect to the goods you supplied to Central CAR?
I don't believe it's not.
You have not.
No.
Thank you. Have you filed? Next question, Mr. Gillow, we can move on to the next question.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Have you filed any document suggesting a DNA test conducted on products supplied to UN missions in Mali?
Da li si podao bilo kakvi dokumenti koji su iliraš DNA test za proizvodite koji što se dostavljeni do Mali?
Da li sam dostavil
Dokumenti su koji što baraš
da se pravi DNA? I did not submit, but this is the request from UN.
I'm sorry, can you just clarify that?
Yes, I reported to the witness statement that the DNA testing was performed. Даден е файлот кој јастифицира дека DNA-то е направено како анализа.
A file has been provided indicating that the DNA test has been done as a matter of analysis.
For the product in Mali?
For the product in Mali.
I suggest to you that your answer is wrong.
Please specify.
I put it to you that what you said right now, that DNA test of the products which was supplied to Mali was conducted is wrong.
Prevedi me.
I'll clarify once again.
No, it's okay. Translator can translate them to do.
Once again, Mr. Dinesh, can you repeat it so that I can translate it correctly? I was slightly
I'll simplify it. I put it to you that there was no DNA test conducted so far as the products supplied to Mali.
Дека не е направен DNA тест, што се desilo да производите
Направен.
It has been done. DNA test has been done on the products supplied to Mali.
I put it to you that you have not filed a single document showing the DNA test conducted on the products supplied to Mali.
Yes.
To не е точно. To не е точно. Доколку се погледат сите репорти.
No, Mr. Gelo, 1 second. Whenever I am giving you a suggestion or whenever I say I put it to you or I suggest to you, first you say correct or incorrect, and whatever you want to say further, you can. Okay. First of all, you have to give me an answer. Then whatever you want to say, please proceed. No issue. So I'll repeat the question once again. I put it to you that there was no DNA test conducted on any products supplied to Mali. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Do you have any document to show that it is not correct?
I have evidence of the DNA who could prove that the DNA test was performed.
Those products are, as per the evidence or your own statements and DHL airway bills, those products were sent from Central African Republic. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. So where is the document? You said there is a DNA test conducted on products supplied to Mali. But there was only one single DNA test conducted by Eurofin, and those products are sent by sent from CAR, which is a faraway country.
Okay. Начинът на кои се транспортират самплите от Африка до Германия.
The method of transporting samples from Africa to Germany
преко DHL компанията.
Through the DHL company.
И аз верувам дека е направена, самплите първо се направени, се изкомбинирани от двете мисии или от трите мисии и пратени во еден сет преку DHL во Eurofins во Германија.
Самплите се изкомбинирани от трите мисии, значи
дека
повеќе земји.
Да, од Мали и од Централа.
Just trying to clarify, the samples were combined from 3 missions and then sent as single package to the...
Не можам да гарантирам затоа што таа...
One second, Mr. Bellau. When you say something, I request the translator only to translate. Don't ask questions to clarify. Okay, whatever answer given by the witness, you please translate.
I
Don't
apologize.
ask clarity on this issues, please.
I apologize. I apologize.
It happens. So, I suggest to you that there is no test conducted on the products supplied to UN mission in Mali. DNA test.
That's not correct.
I put it to you that your everywhere bill suggests only 3 items sent from CAR, a small quantity to Hamburg in Germany, Eurofin office, not from Mali. Is that correct?
I have to clarify the question before I answer the yes or no.
No, you don't.
This is the part of the logistic who organized the base of the regulation through the DHL. I do believe the logistic department is organizing the best way to submit or to ship the samples because of the special transit time, the certain temperature. I do believe that our department logistic is organizing from which mission is going to be shipped the samples, neither from Mali or SAR. It doesn't matter. The samples are taken from the mission which UN referred to be taken and to given to the Eurofins in Germany. So I'm not an expert to answer this question. Do we send the only one from SAR or which samples were whether from SAR or from Mali? I do believe that our logistic department is organized the best way how to ship from the Africa to Germany.
So
that's my answer.
How do I know? Have you produced any person from any document from logistic department to this effect?
This is the traceability documents which are clearly show from which samples are taken, from which mission are taking the samples, based on the pictures, based on the reports, and the quantity and the way of shipment.
I put
from
you that you filed any
to Germany.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah.
You have to say something more. If I interrupted wrongly, you can say so. Otherwise, you please continue, or I can ask the next question.
Yeah, I do believe I answered the whole question.
I put it to you that you have not filed any document from your logistic department suggesting the goods sent from Mali for DNA test to Hamburg. Is that
not
correct?
that I'm aware of those kind of internal movement from one to another mission.
So who is aware of this?
The logistic department.
But they have not come here. There is no document from logistic department.
The samples are designated with the name and the purchase order, the PO number. In my opinion, it doesn't matter from which country the samples are going to be shipped. Based on the regulation of the DHL, some of the carrier they could not. It's a very difficult from Africa to Europe to ship the goods. So I do believe that based of their knowledge and based of the DHL instruction, those samples were collected from Central Africa and shipped directly to the Eurofins. But each sample has a designated NCR, which mission, non-conformity report, the pictures and the samples, giving instruction based on the samples on the standards, the samples has to be sent from Africa to Europe.
You have produced the packets, you have produced the photographs of the packets which you send for DNA testing. I suggest that there is no purchase order number mentioned in that packet. Is that correct? First you say yes or no, then you proceed.
If I say yes, then that's mean I confirm. But this question is leading much more deep than the answering the yes or no.
But
so how I'm going to proceed this?
You, first of all, you can explain what you want to say, but you can say yes or no. That's a simple, straightforward question.
So your question is, are the what was the question?
Or you can. I see. I don't want to take time of yours. I can just show you the photograph. Kindly take a photograph of that packet which sent to Hamburg. Which page it is for the benefit of witness? Is it? Any page, any page. There are a lot of. This one? Yeah, you please refer to 06631.
Which
06631.
06.
I can give you the running page if you want.
Yeah, could you please share?
Yeah, please give the running page. What is the running page? What is a PDF number page? I'll get it. I'm sorry, Mr. Gilau.
No, it's okay. I have to clarify this.
You don't get it. 2478. Or any page near to that, there are a lot of photographs which you produced. 06631, at least we can be on the same page.
06631.
631. 2481. You got that, Mr. Gillow?
No. Let's hope it.
Take your time.
Yeah, please.
You got it?
Yes, I got it. No problem. What was the question?
Is there any purchase order mentioned there?
No.
No. And who packed this? Who made this plastic pack?
Our QA department.
Your QA department. So they might have written it, or DHL person over the top of this plastic pack. Who has written it? DHL person or your QA department? You saw the letters, you know, you and
Yes.
so and so and so.
Who returned it to me, or who is returned it?
No. My question, I'm so sorry, you have not understood my question. It's my fault. See, you saw certain writings on this plastic paper.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yes. Who has written this?
Приведу.
No, my question is who has written this? This
What do you
wording.
mean by returning? But I don't know what is the returning meaning of the.
No, the writings. I'm sorry, and the writing.
Who is writing there? Yeah, that was my confusion. I do believe somebody from UN from our team who is working with the QA department. There is a certain people who they're preparing the samples and taking from the item codes and the mission as well.
I see. So you are somebody from your office collected this. UN did not send this. You sent this as per the airway bill.
No.
This is
our compliance.
Your company sent to Eurofin.
UN
did not.
Yes. Yes.
So
correct.
your company people did. Your company people wrote this, right? The writing is by your company people.
Correct.
And your company people might have taken a plastic bag and put the sample and send it for confirmation.
Correct.
I see. But you are having products. You keep the products for 10 months, more than 10 months, isn't it? In your stores, you said initially.
Depends of the purpose of consuming. Yes, so correct. Sometimes it's 10.
You have stock from various agencies. You have stock in your warehouse.
Yes, I have the stock. Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Have you given any certificate from UN rejecting the goods to the claimant?
We don't have any certificate given from the UN.
You have not given any certificate. Is that correct?
Correct. Not in a certificate on the particular meaning. As a certification, official. Yeah.
No, forget. There is no official, you have not given any official communication from UN rejecting those goods which you destroyed.
Imam, I do have.
You?
Yes, I have. Email communications, which was presented to the
No, I'm not on communication. Yeah. Normally, when you give something, there will be a procedure in UN, isn't it? You mentioned the procedure.
Yes.
There is a procedure as per the Food and Agriculture Organization, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Import and export of perishable commodity.
Correct.
And Code of Ethics in International Trade. You are familiar with that, isn't it? Correct. So as per the FAO code, when something is rejected, there will be a rejection letter by UN.
Yes, but in this particular case, on the goods when they arrive, there is a quality control which they're checking the quality and quantity of the goods, and prior to be transferred from one to another custody, the rejection has been written and informed through the email correspondential, not official certificate.
So there is nothing official from UN about rejection of the goods.
If it's considering the emails as official, we are considering that the officials are the email rejections. What happened then?
But you produced only. But you filed only 2 emails. That is, first one is on 5th of February 2019, and yes. Second email is that of 14th February 2019, yes. Originated from UN officials. Is it correct?
Yes. Correct.
Right. Those emails did not show the rejection of the goods. Am I correct?
This is the first initial, the goods has to be tested and performed to further procedure to be accepted. But this is not an initial rejection on the stage of the of those two first emails.
So on 14th February and 5th February, there was no rejection by UN.
It was the procedure started from 5th of February. It's
Fine.
not end until the acceptance, which in our case, those goods are not accepted.
Fine. So these are the two only communications you produce as that of UN.
In some of the certain level, ECOLOG is not cannot provide any certain internal communication or the certification to the third party as a confidentiality between the our customer and ECOLOG business. So in this particular case, there is some certain documentation which cannot provide to the ISFISH. This is the conflict of some of the interests. Because the ISFISH is not direct contract with the UN, so some of the documents has to be considered as highly confidential.
So who is the owner of these products which you supply to UN?
Since that is on the property that the goods are arrive in a warehouse of the United Nations, and the label is on the product is for United Nations only, not for the resale. The property belongs to the United Nations. We are the only company breach who they are shipping and then delivering to the warehouse in the United Nations projects. In some certain level, just to clarify more, ECOLOG is contracting with the UN organization, and the goods are passed border because of the custody of the United Nations. It's free of the tax, the custom tax, and on the government tax.
Yeah, fine. I'm asking a simple question.
Yes.
Who, according to you, who is the owner of these products? Are
UN.
ECOLOG or EastFish?
Who is the owner?
Owner of these foods delivered. Who is the title holder? Who is the owner of these goods? ECOLOG or EastFish?
Once they once they pass the border, arriving in the final destination, neither EastFish, neither ECOLOG is the owner of the property. Belongs to the United Nations projects.
Is there any contract between EastFish and United Nations?
No.
No. The contract is between ECOLOG and United Nations.
Correct.
You have to make the payment within 60 days.
Correct.
You take delivery in Dubai, in
Correct.
Ajman.
Correct.
Fine. On the same day, they take delivery, the invoice is also of the same day and delivery is also of the same day.
Correct.
Fine. And you have a liability to pay money within 60 days.
Correct.
Have you paid that?
No.
Thank you.
Should I elaborate why?
No, it's okay. I'll ask the next question.
Okay.
You will have time to elaborate later.
No problem.
Are you aware of Code of Ethics in International Trade? You are very familiar with international trade.
Ethical. So ethical. Yes, correct.
You are.
Yes.
And you're also aware of FAO standards, Food and Agricultural Organization standards.
Yes, I'm aware.
You have relied upon FAO standards.
I'm familiar with.
You have mentioned about the procedure as well in your emails.
Correct.
Of rejection.
Correct.
As per this procedure, if the goods are, if you have not paid for the goods, then you should notify, you should inform the rejection, isn't it?
Correct.
Have you informed?
Yes.
That is your internal mails. Have you informed the certificate from UN?
We inform ECFIsh through the report named NCR, and we submitted from 25th of February till 3rd of March. All this NCR of the rejection or the difference variation of the glazing is being reported to the ECFIsh with the evidence and explanation, with the pictures, with the shipment documents, PO numbers, container numbers, and etc. Certain documents which are proving the sources of the rejection, which goods from which container is coming and which PO is referring to. So on each NCR, non-conformity report to the ECFIsh is based with a full explanation by the items, by the quantity, by the invoice, referring to the PO numbers and the containers numbers, the shipment numbers, bill of loading, and the full description, the reason why those goods were rejected.
So this NCR is prepared by you, isn't it?
Yes, correct, with our claims department.
Your claims department.
Correct.
So if you want to prepare an NCR, you can prepare it.
This is the standard procedure. Yes, correct. But we could not prepare any claims or NCR base of not support. So the NCR is created systematically coming from the warehouse, which is this is the certain procedure on the international level through the SAP system. If you allowed me, I should explain the whole circle for better understanding how the NCR report from where is coming from and where is ending.
I'll just ask the questions. For the purpose of preparing a non-compliance report, there should be a test, isn't it?
Correct.
And there should be a proof of conducting a test, isn't it?
Correct.
Have you supplied any such proof of testing to?
Yes, correct. We submitted with the NCR.
Have you given I'm talking about the physical testing. Who conducted
We reported based on the
One second, yeah. Mr. Gillow, I'll clarify my question. Who conducted the test? Where it was conducted the test? What was the value before the deglazing? And what was the value after deglazing? What is the net weight? Have you supplied any document to this effect?
Yes. We submitted the whole package to ECFIsh on time, along with the NCRs.
Who conducted this test according to you?
QA department in the mission together with the officials, QA UN person.
I put it to you that you have not supplied any such test apart from NCR.
The whole packet is with the evidence, with the pictures and the documents supported with the NCR, which is mean the item code, the PO numbers, the description of the items, delivery bill of loading, which is connected with the invoicing, and then the reason with the pictures, with the GRs and all findings, the efficiency, the reason for the rejection, including the testing system and including the whole evidence what is being performed in the missions.
So these were the tests were glazing tests?
Some of the NCR are the with the testing, which are NCR showing the variation between the original invoicing to the variation of the glazing differences with the percentage. For the rejected products, we produce the NCR with the reason and the result, what's have been found by the result from the Eurofins and the DNA according to the report from the Eurofins, the third-party laboratory.
Can you really appreciate or can you analyze a glazing test by looking at the photograph of certain spoiled food items?
I'm not an expert to analyze the glazing. There is a certain people who they are qualified for that, and based on their result in present of the UN mission QA, because there is some sort of methodology who has to be performed on the glazing, which I'm not familiar. But I, as a contractual obligation, I could read and the support, the NCR with the findings from the QA and the results getting from this department. But I'm not an expert to visual see or to judge justify any deficiency on the product. So I'm not an expert.
Fine. All these were done by your QA department. Preparation of NCR?
Preparation of the NCR are coming through the system. That was the reason why, for better understanding, I wanted to explain how is the procedure and NCR is working with. There's the international standard.
My question is this. Who prepared NCR?
Our claims department.
Your QA department, your logistic department, or yourself?
Claims department.
Claim department.
Yes, correct.
So claim department is a legal department.
Part of the legal department and contracting department.
Oh, I see. So they don't have. They don't have the scientific. They are never party to this process of testing.
Claims department is just the division who is preparing the reports based on the generated the whole information and the reason of the rejection, provided with the supporting document. The claims department is analyzing the reports and the documents, and then creating the NCR based on the documents what have been placed on the rejection space, on the rejected space, on the system, on the SAP system. So generated NCR on the rejection or any deviation or any subject to the claims are coming from the UN mission. Generated the document is named the GR. Once the GR created, we are with the whole evidence provided from the mission, we are taking our call, and then we are creating the NCR, which is considered the details with each item, by the quantity, by the specification, with the pictures and the reason of the rejection, and connected from which company is coming, what is the quantity, what is the bill of loading, what is the shipment, which is the time of the performing of the testing or the deficiency or the finding as a subject of the non-conformity.
But some documents should be filed to prove this, isn't it? When you say your long process of testing, you should file some documents, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, correct.
But you have only filed the NCR, not any of the supporting documents.
If you open the NCR, there is a certain level supporting documents on the zip, which ECFIsh was accepted and was very familiar with this. All NCRs they received. We have evidence that you have a knowledge of you received the full file.
Accepting the email will not be accepting the contents of the email. Is that correct?
In some certain level, yes, but in some certain level, no. If there is a missing the documents and the supported documents on the NCR, the supplier has a right to give the feedback and then ask for the more clarification, which on certain level we are providing.
I put it to you that you have not filed any document supporting the test, particularly the scientific values of the test, showing that, in fact, actually there was a test conducted by you. Is that correct?
Initial, I have to elaborate a little bit more. Initial NCR notification was sent by the administrator, the claims, the department administrator, informing the ECFIsh. This is the on the 20, I do believe it was the 23rd of February 2019. The first notification was sent to ECFIsh that we have some problems with your goods, that there is some variation of the glazing. Then it was several circulation through the on the email correspondence with the ECFIsh general manager and our claims department regarding this issue.
But there is no evidence.
There is evidence.
No, you might be having evidence. You have not produced it.
What do you mean to produce them?
You have not filed it before the Honorable Court. You have only filed the NCR. You have only filed an Excel sheet like NCR, and you have not filed the test reports. The tests.
That's not true. That's not true. In each NCR, there is a certain document.
Fine. I understand. Can you show from the documents where you have conducted this test, the values, pre-weight, post-weight, where it was conducted, who conducted, who are the witnesses, which temperature, which testing methods?
On this particular, we have 1 second, please.
Adjustment മാത്രമല്ലേ ഉള്ളൂ. യൂറോപ്പിന്റെ പഴയ 3 ഉള്ളൂ.
Mr. Dinesh, we've been going for about an hour and a half. I wonder if this would be a convenient time for a break while Mr. Gilov is making that inquiry.
Whatever Mr. Gilov suggests, Your Honor, I am okay with anything.
Can we take the only 5 minutes break, please?
Let's take 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes.
Yes. It's all right. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll resume at 22 the hour, wherever you are.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
And Mr. Alex, I request you not to communicate with any person in the meantime, or not receive any SMS or WhatsApp messages or emails. I hope that you will be maintaining that.
Yes.
Yes, I am in the office, on the meeting office. I have no person here. All I'm relaying with the website, which I'm putting on the screen.
We trust you fully, Alex. Don't need to explain too much. We trust you fully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dinesh, back to you now. Mr. Gilov, you were making some inquiries during the break. Have you come up with anything?
Not that I find anything in the file, but I do believe that the pictures and the methodology are explained with our second witness with the expert.
All right.
So, Mr. Gilov, you say that all those questions will be answered by your second witness.
Regarding the methodology and the testing, yes, correct.
No, not testing. I'm talking about the evidence of
evidence. Yeah, the whole evidence with the pictures and the reports are along with the NCRs.
Okay. Did someone tell you that, all this should be left to the technical experts? In the meantime, lunch break, this time 10 minutes break, did someone advise you?
No.
No. Thank you. What was this expiry dates of the products sent by?
Expiration date.
Expiry date or expiration date.
Of the payment.
No, the expiry dates of the goods, of the fish items which we sent.
I have to go through the declaration and not I'm familiar with the expiration date.
But
at the moment.
You saw the packet just now. The expiry date is 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your NCR and everywhere you have mentioned that expiry date is basically 2020.
Correct.
Correct. But you but you gave the ultimatum only on 8th of August.
Correct.
So all this food items were good for, human consumption.
Yes.
And you destroyed it.
Not me, the UN mission.
I don't know. You means your company or whoever it is.
No, it's not our company. The goods are not destroyed by our company. This is the rules of the United Nations. This is the policy of the United Nations. The products are labeled for urine consumption only, not for the resale. Once the goods are rejected, the goods cannot be re-exported to the country of origin. The terms, those items has to be destroyed.
But
this is according to the contract with the UN. There's the terms and condition according to the clause 10.4 and 10.7.
Is this contract is part of the purchase order? Your UN contract is mentioned in the purchase order?
Which contract?
No, you said you have a contract with the UN. Is that mentioned in the purchase order?
No.
No. So the claimant is not party to that contract.
The claimant is a party of the contract because the ECOLOG is a very...
the claimant is a party.
Mr. Dinesh, please let the witness finish.
Please, madam.
Okay. ECOLOG is very well aware that the final destination and the goods are with the purpose to support the UN mission.
Fine.
Any rejection, any acceptance is according and with the coordination with the international law, which is or the policy of the United Nations. On the first stage on the proposal, the business of the working with the ECOLOG and the ECOLOG was informing the procedure and the methodology, how we should supply and what is the way of supplying to the United Mission. The policy and the contract is between ECOLOG and the UN, but we are the company who is making the sourcing and supporting to the mission. So related to answer your question, the destruction of the any goods which are not complying with the UN standard are the subject for destruction.
But this international, you said about UN policy and international standards now, and UN policy, everybody knows about UN policy.
Correct.
UN policy talks about mitigating circumstances, isn't it?
Not only. There is the clause is explained that the much widely than only the mitigation policy.
Yeah, because there is a separate provision called risk-based imported food control manual by UN, isn't it?
Correct. Correct.
Yes. And that manual says when when somebody is the owner of the goods, there should be a mitigating measures taken by the contractor. Is it correct?
Is correct, yes.
Is correct. And so as per this mitigating circumstances, first, it should be sent back to the owner if the owner is not paid. Is that correct?
No.
Why? That the policy
because the policy is say that any goods arrived in the UN mission are subject to the release based on the UN mission report. If the UN mission give you the is allowed you to re-export the goods to the original destination, then on these circumstances, the products can be through the face of the mitigation process.
I put it to you that your answer is wrong. And as per the risk-based imported food control manual, first, the products there should be a mitigating steps taken by you. In case if it is not possible, it should be returned to the unpaid, I mean, the person who is not the owner, who is the owner of the product or the exporter. Is that correct?
It's correct, but the label in this circumstances, the products are designated to the United Nations, which means that the label is particularly stated that this product is only for the UN mission and not for the resale. In these circumstances, according to the UN policy, you could not return to any because the warehouse and acceptance of the final destination is a UN mission, is a project. So we could even through the documents is the bridge company between the ECFIsh and the United Nations is ECOLOG. We still do not have any authority or any custody can allow those products to be returned to the ECFIsh based on the final destination, on the acceptance or the rejection. And according to the terms and conditions, the following procedure can be taken to the following measurement. In our particular case, ECOLOG can have no right to return the goods because the shipment and the border are passed based on the memorandum to the government for the tax exemptions. So that means that the goods, when they arrive in the country of Mali, the custody of is under the UN properties, as a UN properties.
Is there any separate UN policy for Mali?
No, this is only one policy to SAR, to any mission all around the world.
Fine. And these goods are the mitigating circumstances and as well as returning the goods coming only when there is non-compliance, isn't it?
I will use my translator. Could you please?
Fine.
Can you repeat the question, please?
This mitigating the mitigating circumstances as well as returning the goods to the owner who is not paid comes only when in the context of non-compliant goods supplied to UN. Is that correct?
Само, значи, по случай кога е non-compliant.
That's correct, but in our particular case, the custody, the property of the goods are owned by the United Nations, even the rejected products.
No, same thing. The non-compliant products are basically UN says that there should be a mitigating circumstances. It should be made as an animal feed, or if it is not an animal feed, you should take steps for sending it back to the owner if he's not paid.
I'm not aware that there is any policy that any goods can be returned to the any country of origin to the supplier taken from the UN missions. I'm not aware about this process.
I put it to you that your statement is incorrect and contrary to the UN manuals.
According to the UN manuals, not that I'm aware in this moment.
Thank you. Initially, there was a proposal for, initially you said the goods cannot be re-exported because of the UN policies. Am I right?
Correct.
And later you said it can be re-exported. Am I correct?
Later, what? Could you repeat?
Subsequently, you said it can be re-exported, isn't it? Am I correct?
In some sort of level, yes, I give the instruction to the general manager of the EastFish, guiding the procedure of the re-export based of my knowledge. It was the one. Can I elaborate or should I stop here?
If you want, you can elaborate. I'm not stopping you.
Okay. In this particular case, I do have a communication with the general manager with the EastFish that the rejected goods who there in the project, UN project on the UN warehouse, can be, the procedure is to take the acceptance from the country of the region. But I do mention that the ECOLOG has no right and has no obligation, neither right to re-export the goods to the EastFish back to the Dubai. So the first my initiation, we asked the EastFish to get any documents from the United Emirates authorities. I do believe it was the Anjum or some kind of documents, and then representative officer to come to Mali, and then to negotiate with the UN mission directly to release those goods who they were subject for the rejection. That was my communication. That was my best of the knowledge. I do generate only initial the steps how would be possible, and then particularly I said we should ECOLOG can make the effort to organize the meeting and to all the access of EastFish representative to meet the UN managers.
So after February, the EastFish was requesting for UN rejection communication, isn't it? After February 5th.
Officially, no.
What do you mean by officially no?
I have never received any objection of the NCRs or any other additional documents to be presented to EastFish from the UN. The reports starting from 25th of February through March and April was ignored by the general manager from the EastFish, and it was the miscommunication between our claims department till I do believe it was 21st or 22nd of June when I got the file and I start communicate with the EastFish, generating that, resubmitting the whole NCR and evidence and the purpose of the subject of the NCRs with the supporting documents, and each NCR it's the subject for the variation or the total rejection. It was the particular documents which through the NCR and through my email on the 21st or 22nd of June was resubmitted with the Excel sheet for the quantity and the reason of the rejection. So far, I don't have any feedback requesting additional documents from the UN mission.
I put it to you that there were a series of communications from EastFish requesting specifically for UN rejection communication.
We provided the email. ECOLOG was very transparent, and the very beginning stage on the 5th and 18th of February, we shared the whole communication between EastFish, ECOLOG, and the UN mission. Those are 3 documents, email communication, and that's how the claims was on the very first stage. The procedure later with the testing, analyzing reports from the Eurofins Germany, the reason of the rejection on the fishery zone and the DNA was submitted officially to EastFish, for which I never received any objection.
You joined in the month of when? April, isn't it?
April, I started working directly with EastFish beginning of June or middle of June.
Apart from email correspondence, there used to be telephonic conversations. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware with me.
You are not aware.
Yeah, I was not included on the previous communication before I start working with.
Fine. And later on, you agreed to re-export the goods.
I never agreed to re-export. I sent the email instruction to the EastFish management how to proceed in order to start initiating the re-export, which means that particularly I stated in a few emails that this is the first step, how we should, what kind of document you have to obtain, and then to send any representative to directly make the start working with the UN. But our call was just to help you to make the connection between the UN and yeah. But I never declare, we never, ECOLOG never declare, neither give any guidance to EastFish that we should re-export the goods to the EastFish in Dubai.
Fine. But finally, the fish, you agreed for re-exporting.
I don't agree with the re-exporting. I was just giving the instruction. But I was not agree because I know that what's going to happen with the fish items according to the UN policy. Fine.
But your mail says that it can be in 23rd July 2019. Yeah. You said it can be re-exported.
I said I sent the email on the middle of July asking the representative to try to come to Mali, that ECOLOG can give the access to coordinate directly, if it's possible, EastFish to get the memorandum to release the goods through the government for the re-exporting process.
But you gave 48 hours time to collect the goods and re-export to the East.
That's not correct.
No, you see the 23rd mail, you said you have to, I can refer to the, kindly see the.
Yeah, please. No need to refer, but I'm very aware about email. Yes.
So there you have mentioned on 23rd July that it should be, you have time for 48 hours to re-export.
Correct. But if you read continue to read my emails, I repeatedly said the first initial when we said when the notification was sent to EastFish was 25th or 28th of February, when our claims department initiated and tell the EastFish, you have to start any progress to come and collect the rejected goods. So it's been a certain 5 months period, the EastFish to start process of re-exporting if it could be possible.
Do you agree that there should be some fairness in international trade?
Yes.
Fine. Can someone who is based in Ajman can come to Mali and re-export the products within 48 hours?
We didn't request any official from the government. We asked EastFish representative, any person or any third individual person who could represent the EastFish to Mali. We should give them the access, or we should support him. But we never request any official from the government official to come to Mali. We were just generating and call any representative from East Fish, not from Tanjung.
You had a 5-year relationship with East Fish, and 23rd July, you said, I'm giving you 48 hours to re-export, and you know the procedure involved in a re-export. Are you aware of the procedure?
If the East Fish start and respond on time, it was more than enough time to re-export if he can.
23rd July, you gave 48 hours time.
Of course, but previously I gave 5 months the deadlines.
Previously, no, before 23rd, there was no deadline for export.
It was communication started since the 22nd of June. From that time.
Yes, please go on. Please go on. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
From June, starting from February, including June, ECOLOG gave enough time to East Fish to react and then come to collect the goods if it's possible. We gave the deadline. We gave the deadline because the ignorance of the East Fish was obvious. Then I gave the 24 hours, and then I extended from 25th or 26th of July. We extended at least 2 to 3 weeks till 1st of August. So I do believe, on the base of my knowledge, that East Fish has enough given time from 28th of February to react on time to try to collect the goods. If we are catching the 24 hours, based on the last email, but there is a previous background regarding those 24 hours deadlines.
Fine. But I suggest you that you are contradicting your answers. Is that correct?
No.
Earlier your stand was that these goods cannot be, UN goods cannot be exported. Am I correct?
Correct.
Later you said it can be exported.
I never said that can be exported. I just give the guidance how East Fish to proceed with the re-exporting, but I never give I never declared that can be re-exported. I just give the guidance.
Why is this deadline then? Why did you give a deadline if it is so to East Fish?
It was beginning of July when the East Fish, I received a phone call from the mission, from our QA department in Mali, that say that the warehouse cannot keep the rejected product in the warehouse because there is no capacity, that some other food items has to be stored in the warehouse. I sent the email beginning of June that referring that the ECOLOG cannot keep any products which are subject to the claims more than 24 hours or 48 hours. And then I informed East Fish that I have to move the items, the frozen to another container which is outside of the warehouse of the United Nations warehouse.
After 23rd July, subsequently asked for import confirmation certificate from the government of Ajman, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So, and that took some time to get the import confirmation certificate.
It was the first step, which that's why we prolonged the time and then moved the deadline till 1st of August for 6 days.
You said you are only assisting. Then why is this deadline? Why is this deadline? You are only assisting.
We have a deadline to move the products from the warehouse of the United Nations project.
But you said the entire re-export will be at the coast of East Fish. You have sent a mail to that effect. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So warehouse, transportation, shipping, everything will be at the coast of East Fish.
Correct.
And East Fish was ready for that.
Should I answer on this directly, or should I, or yes or no? Because I could elaborate.
You can say so or no and elaborate.
ECOLOG was enough transparent to his fish and give the guidance how to re-export and teach the his fish to give him the guidance how to re-export. Asking for an zoom, that was the first initial because of the procedure of the re-exporting. In the international trading, in the international logistic, re-exporting is required acceptance of the country of the region. Based on this knowledge, we ask to get this Anjum certificate that the United Emirates can accept the export goods to be returned into the same country of origin. But this is only first step from the beginning how the East Fish to proceed. That was the generously saying we were in a position to help and to organize the East Fish how to start working on the exporting. That was our purpose. But the Anjum document was not required by us. Yes, I said that the first step is the go from the Anjum certificate, but this is in order to get the memorandum to release from the United Nations. So I was giving just the guidelines.
I put it to you that your answer is not correct, and East Fish was always willing to take back the goods at their cost.
Let me to phrase. Yes, you are correct. East Fish said that the whole cost can be covered by the East Fish.
Have you been blacklisted? ECOLOG, was it ever blacklisted by UN?
Never.
Any punishment imposed on ECOLOG?
Never till now, I know.
Any penalty?
In some sort of level of the schedule for non-delivery, yes, we have some sort of cases that we are paying the penalty.
When was it? When was it?
I will not refer. This is the confidential information.
No, you don't know. Fine. And
no, I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is not answer.
Whatever you want to say, please.
Yeah. I know there is a certain level we are paying the penalty for the non-conformance and not supplying the goods. But this is the confidential information I could not share with the East Fish. I could say in front of the judge and I could file the case if it's needed, but not in the purpose with the East Fish.
Fine. But so far as this transaction is concerned, there was no blacklisting.
Which transaction?
This transaction with the East Fish. Was there any blacklisting?
Not blacklisted
whether this East Fish was blacklisted by UN? Do you have any idea whether?
Not that I am aware.
East Fish was supplying goods to other UN missions, isn't it?
Correct.
And other agencies like ECOLOG, other UN contractors. Is that correct? I
do believe yes. I'm not. I never studied your profile of the East Fish, so I'm not aware if East Fish working with some other. But I know that because of the particular case with the labeling, I know that the East Fish is supplying in Lebanon or other country to the UN mission.
Thank you. And you know that as per the procedure, when you are disposing the goods, if at all, if you are disposing. There should be the presence of an UN official as per the procedure. That's a mandatory procedure. Is it correct?
Correct.
In this disposal proceedings, which you produced, of course, I dispute that, but the disposal, the UN officer was not present. Why?
This is not correct. The whole certificate are signed by the UN Malian official and the UN nation with the stamp and the name of the present of the UN officer. We send the file and the file is in a court.
I put it to you that your answer is incorrect an UN officer was not present and you submitted these documents to UN officer subsequently on a later date, and the
That's
seal
not
and stamp is, one second, and the seal and stamp is only an acknowledgement of your disposal certificate.
that's not true.
Please refer to the disposal certificate. Please take down the disposal that is submitted, whatever they submitted.
Do you have a page reference, Mr. Dinesh?
Yes, I have the reference. That is the UN mail dated 17th August 2019, where they say UN officer should be present, is in bundle number 5, hearing bundle 5428.
Yes, correct.
Sorry, what's the number?
5428.
5428. Thank you.
And the disposal, I'll just give you the verified disposal where UN officer seal is mentioned. Just show me that. 16th of October.
Yeah, 16th of October. Correct.
My memory just tell me that.
Yes, it's the 6th of
yeah, 1307, 513, is it? 51307.
Yes, correct.
Show me that. 51307.
5428 is not the disposal certificate, Mr. Dinesh.
Yeah, the disposal certificate.
This is the email.
It's an email.
I'm sorry, my lords, I'm just getting it. That is a document dated 16/10/2019.
Yes.
What is the page number?
This is the email, what I sent. 16th
Yeah,
of
I'm just referring to the document which you produced, Mr. Gillow. I have the document with me, but I'm just correlating the number.
If I could help, Mr. Dinesh, I do have the page reference for the signed disposal certificate, which is at 05-1235 and bundle PDF of 1549, if that would assist.
Thank you so much for your cooperation. Appreciate it. So can you please refer to 05?
Or 05-1234 is the first page.
Yes.
That's the signature, which I think you're referring to, is at 05-1235.
Yes. Kindly see these documents, Mr. Gillow.
the certificate, the memorandum with the 3 disposal certificates.
Submission of disposal certificate of various frozen fish.
Yes, correct.
Can you point out the presence of UN officer there? What is this running page? What is this running page?
This is on the 5th of October 2019. The naming is Hussam Abdelalim, Chief Ration United Nations MINUSMA. And the signature is 16 of October 2019.
Fine. So other parties who were present, basically those parties, were present on 5th of October 2019, and the UN officer signed on 16/10/2019. Am I correct?
On as evidence on the document, yes, but I do believe there is a certain procedure to combine the files with the evidence, and then the stamp and the signature can be on the last when the disposal is finished and the whole documents are presented to UN mission. But the procedure of the disposal with the pictures and the present with the UN authorities or any representative from the UN mission itself as well.
I put it to you that your answer is incorrect and no UN officer was present and you have not produced any document to that effect in this proceedings.
Not that I'm aware about that, but based on the documents and based on the evidence, it's showing that the UN mission representative are in the presence of the disposal time.
What do you mean by this export release document? You mentioned that you have to obtain an export release document.
Yes, correct.
What do you mean by this export release document?
Export release document is the document because the goods are referring with the label of the for your consumption only, not for the resale. So that's mean automatically that the items are produced directly for the purpose of the consumption of the UN. The release documents is the documents getting produced by the UN mission that they are releasing those products for the government official in Mali, which are the goods are exported in order to release for the further procedure and for the tax system, I do believe.
Okay. I know that you have worked in Kuwait. Have you worked in UAE?
Temporary for 8 months.
8 months. You know the procedure in UAE, particularly in the export-import trade.
No, I'm not familiar with this. Not in the time when I was working with but I do believe that the re-export is the international rules and the regulation which is internationally recognized, because of the logistic is the only one way of with the policy and procedures.
You were, as you said, you were sourcing goods from the claimant for 5 years, based on the same testing method, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes. And the claimant got this international certificate in the month of April 2019, as put by your expert evidence.
Correct.
Yes. And this export in this particular contract took place prior to that.
Prior to what? I'm sorry, please specify.
Prior to April 2019. These purchase orders of 2019.
Yes.
And all these 5 years were using the same product.
Not that I'm aware about that. There is a certain different products which we are purchasing through the eSfish, but only I'm familiar with the subject for the claims or the subject with the issue. But the full business between the eSfish and ECOLOG, I'm not aware about that. Because it's not my call. Those are procurement calls.
I put it to you that you were sourcing goods from eSfish for 5 years prior to 2019, based on the same testing method. Is it correct?
Correct.
Have you seen red snapper?
I'm not an expert, and I could not recognize which fish is what. I'm not consuming on the fish because I'm from my health problems. So I'm not familiar with the look of the species.
But you know what is red snapper, isn't it? You have mentioned about red snapper and FAO standard 51, all those details. So you must be pretty good knowledge about it, at least during the course of this process, isn't
based
it?
Based on the specification and the requirements and the item codes by the UN, yes, I could recognize by the name of the description, but I could not say that this is the red snapper or this is what kind of fish it is.
Fine. So a normal person, can they identify the species of red snapper by looking at it?
Please, I don't know about the other people. I know for myself, I could not answer this question. If somebody else knows, the normal person knows the other fish, I don't know if they know or not.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I know that I don't know the species. I could recognize based on the evidence, the documents, and the description of the subject.
That's a problem with the fish. Human beings we can identify, but fish we can't.
There is, yes, but when we receive according to the contractual view and point, we are recognized each product by the code and the description.
But you have seen the labeling, isn't it? Have you seen the labeling?
Yes, I'm familiar with.
Yes. The label suggests you or talks about or records that the origin of the fish, isn't it?
Correct.
Fine. So whoever has, and you know that all these labels, some of the items were loaded from China, some of the items were from India.
Correct.
You are aware of it.
Yeah, based on the acceptance from the UN on the proposal, your company was informed and accepted by the UN as a repacker.
Fine.
So that means that any fish who is as your supplier, as a fish supplier, is not our business, is a business as a repacker, and the liability for the quantity, quality, and the sources are your call, and you are the liable for each item you are declaring is the according to the UN standards. I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
It's my fault. I put it to you that the red snapper, which was being supplied to you by the claimant for the last 5 years, was from the same source. National, what is the company's name? What is the company's name?
Your supplier, yes, I'm aware about it. I'm familiar with this company. I studied your file. Yes, yes, correct.
The National Seafood Company.
Yes, correct.
5 years you used this red snapper.
Yes, correct.
And it was, you know very well that that was sent by National Seafood Company.
We are not interfering with any supplier between the is fish to their supplier. Yes, but, yes. You informed the UN, and it's been accepted that you want to be sourcing the items from the different country, and those your subcontracting has to be officially certified according to the ISO standards.
You know that this red snapper, this National Seafood Companies from India. That is, address is there on the label.
Correct.
Yes. And you are mentioning about FAO 51 standard.
Yes, correct.
And you said that as per the FAO 51 standard, that is not from that origin.
This is not particularly that I'm saying. This is our QA, and the QA from the UN mission initiated that this origin and is not recognized. The species of the fishes is not recognized in the fishery zone of the 51. As a contracting and the compliance, I'm just following the rules based on the results and the reports what have been given by our QA and the UN.
So 5 years, your QA did not understand that this FAA, this red snapper from India is not from FAA 51 zone.
It hasn't been tasted, and somehow this is the, I do believe that based on the volume of our QA, they didn't make any taste, or they didn't pay attention about your fault.
I put it to you that your QA was aware that this red snapper was originating from India and by a particular company, and all these 5 years you are consuming the same thing, and you never had any issue that it is not from that particular region.
I do believe that that this item was never been tested and that they were never been subject to the retesting or the examining.
It is not the question of testing. Is it from that particular, you said it is not available in that. For 5 years, you did not do any test?
I'm not saying that this is available or not. This is recognized by the International Fishery Organization. If the species are not coming from that zone, that means that I'm accepting the official association the result. So that's how I'm acting according to the international law and the reports. And it's not coming from ECOLOG, it's coming directly from the UN mission.
Thanks. There were a series of correspondence in the month of June for a fresh tender with the East Fish by ECOLOG.
That was okay. That was mistakenly sent one email by the sourcing department for the submission, or I'm not particularly. I don't know, but it was mistakenly sent. But the request for proposal, I do believe it was the documents. Knowing the people, that's a different department. Is not. I do believe he was not aware that we have a problem with the East fish. That's why by mistake he sent that.
Can you have taken a note and you said there is only one email. Is that correct?
It's one email sent for the RFP from the different sources. If you're referring to the email what ECOLOG has sent regarding for the new proposal.
How many emails you send for this fresh tender? You said only one. I put it to you that it is not correct. It is incorrect.
I never put any for the new tender. I never sent any email from my side. Personal.
But there are mail communications 7/6/2019, 2/6/2019, which is 6-568, PDF number 2418. So it shows multiple mails.
Which one could you see from where is coming this? Is from Florin Regepi. This is not my name on there.
True, but it is from your
we are completely different department.
Fine. So it is from your purchase department.
From the sourcing department, who is preparing the RFP.
So the sourcing department will not come to know if there is any problem with UN. Do they know?
Not particularly that we inform the sourcing department that we have a problem, an issue with the East fish. So we never put the East fish in any position to be disqualified based on the claim procedure, because we have the claim issue in a process to be resolved.
So till June 2019, there was no issue with East fish, isn't it?
It was an issue starting from 5th of February.
But there was no issue of retendering.
We could make the source and we could use the East fish just for the sourcing and to compare the price. But we are not obligated, and we are not making any obligation contractually obligate to East fish that we're gonna proceed further and from the RFP stage. So
I put it to you that you asked for the same quantity and products.
There's the business, how they're working on the pre-stage, on the solicitation. This is nothing related with the subject of the claims and any deficiency or any problems issuing between the East fish and the ECOLOG. This is the sourcing department. The sourcing department call is to collect the information from any supplier who could be able to participate in the particular project.
Thanks.
But that doesn't mean that it's obligation.
Have you destroyed any goods which were sent to Central African Republic?
Have we destroyed?
Yes.
Are we talking about the particularly for the East Fish or the any other? Are we talking?
Which have you destroyed the products of some other company?
Yes, we did.
The fish products?
Not the fish product, the items who they are not complying with the UN standards.
I see. So can you confirm that it is not fish products?
I could not confirm. This is the completely confidential information.
Fine. But so far as, can you say, but have you destroyed any product supplied by East Fish in Central African Republic? Have you destroyed?
Not that I'm aware.
It's not. You have involved in risk purchases, isn't it? When East Fish products were non-compliant, you went for some other purchaser. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Have you filed supporting documents to that effect?
Yes, correct.
But you filed the invoices of 2014 and 2018.
Yes.
The issue was in 2019. How come that?
We just. Pardon me, I couldn't understand your question.
Yeah. Please understand this important question.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes. You said you have gone to some other purchaser after this
correct.
episode happened.
Yes.
And those invoices which you have filed here in the proceedings were of 2014 and 2018.
Purchase order, what I'm referring is under the documents 675, the purchase order presenting the sources from the different company, which was dated 23rd of December 2019, 25th of November. And the purpose of presenting those purchase order or sourcing are just to justify the price and to present to the court the difference between the resupplying the products from the different supplier comparing with the East Fish. That was the only one purpose. The purpose, the files is prepared by the finance department and purchasing whatever kind of documents they proposed and the analyzing the differences between the pricing, original price from the East Fish comparing with new resupply items are just, this is the purpose of those documents. I haven't paid attention about the dates, but I'm just right now seeing the one document which is 2014, I do believe.
You have seen the documents.
Yes, I see that the last document. I do believe this is by mistake.
Other documents are also there. I can refer those pages 51312, 5-1336, bundle number 51312, and 51336 up to 36. Show me that one pages. Please see 51312.
Yes, I'm seeing the five purchase order at this moment, and the first document is 23rd of December 2019. The second document is 5th of September 2019. And the other documents, this is the purpose, just to present the difference of the pricing between
Hello, we are not on that. Kindly come to 5132. 5132.
Mr. Dinesh, could I also ask that you allow Mr. Gelov to provide the page references he was trying to provide in relation to the documents he's just mentioned?
I'm just trying to give you 5132. What is the running page?
But Mr. Dinesh, I think you're after 5. Mr. Dinesh, aren't you after 1312?
Yes, Your Honor. 51312.
Yes, all right.
And running page would be 1626.
That's 051. Oh, yes, all right. Well, yes. I think Ms. Walker has a good point, though. You can't stop Mr. Gelov referring to documents that he wants to take you to in answer to your question.
Please, sir.
as I said, the documents, what I'm seeing right now is the purpose of those documents is just to present, to make the comparison, the pricing between the purchase order, the original price from the Eastfish, comparing with resupplying the goods from the other company. That was only purpose. I did not pay attention that in some files are referring to 2014.
So you referred the old invoices for the support of your claim of 2019.
Yes, correct.
But you said you purchased, isn't it?
We have the evidence regarding to the pricing.
You claimed, your counterclaim is you claimed certain amount as if you have, on the basis that you purchased items as a risk purchase because of the non-compliant goods of Eastfish.
Yes, correct.
But you have not filed any proof to that effect. You filed of 2014 invoices.
This is only 2 documents which are showing 2014. I do believe this is by the mistake, but if the court is allowed, we should refer and then recompare complete.
If you want, you can go on and clarify. No problem. Yeah. But you have not filed any payment proof, isn't it? Have you filed any payment proof?
Yes, we did.
No.
Mr. Dinesh, again, could I ask you allow Mr. Gelov to actually refer to the documents he's trying to refer to? You are asking him questions, but he still hasn't been able to refer to the actual pages that he referred to a moment ago.
No, I'm going a step further. Fine, assuming that there are certain documents, I'm just asking whether any payment receipt to that effect. Have you filed any payment receipts? I mean, the document showing that you actually paid.
It is the SAP transfer. Let me find the documents, which is referring the proof of payment for the other, according to the POs what we has been issued. Not that I could find in the file.
I put it to you that you have not produced or filed any payment receipt showing that you actually paid.
I do believe that there is a file I submitted proving that we already paid those resupplied the items through the different company. I'm sorry for my
not at all, no problem.
Inconvenience at the moment, but there is a million files which I could,
not necessary that you should be knowing everything.
Yeah,
it's all working in different departments.
Yeah, this is provided by the finance department, which is proving and analyzing the resupplying the products with the backup documents, with the purchase order, the name of the company, the fish items according to the UN code. The quantity, we were not referring to the quantity, we were just referring the different on the price units.
Right. And you also said you spent about 21,861 euros as Eurofin's laboratory test for the products which you sourced later.
Yes, correct.
Which definitely, when you're purchasing something, you have to test it, isn't it?
Not in the, if this is the random testing, if we are comfortable or we are, not all the time.
But you have not produced any documents supporting that payment to Eurofins, have you?
We supported every payment to for the Eurofins as well.
I put it to you that you have not filed any documents suggesting that you paid money to Eurofins to the effect of 21,800.
If you could see the whole package, including the packing list, the PO and invoice on the very last page on this packet, there is a SAP proof of payment on the wire transfer, recording the wire transfer numbers. It is in the file on the DHL package for the Eurofins.
And that is your purchase, and normally you should test it, isn't it? Testing is part of purchase.
The purchase order, this is the mechanism how we should proceed with the the system to allow us to get the access for the payment. So through the PO on the for the Eurofins particular, we are issuing the purchase order that we requested the certain services and the samples to be tested. Based on this PO, the payment has been done through our finance department.
Fine. So you do testing when you purchase.
Yes, correct. In these particulars, for the samples, what has been sent from the ECOLOG International from Africa to Germany Eurofins.
No, I mean to say that the risk purchase, you tested and you spend about more than 21,000 euros for
yes,
that.
correct.
So you do DNA testing for those products.
If the initial depends of the company, if we are starting with a new company, then each item has to be to verify the complexity and accuracy of the items. We are particularly starting with the Eurofins testing from the beginning of the working businesses.
Have you done this test in respect of Eastfish?
I do believe yes, 2014.
Fine. And Eastfish was sending the same product as you said.
Since 2014, I don't know how many shipments they've been submitted from Eurofins from Eastfish to ECOLOG.
Fine. Your Honor, I'll try to close it at the earliest. A few more questions. I know that it's quite lengthy on that. I try to put suggestions and so that questions will take more time, but even then small this thing. See, I see some variance, basically substantive variance of weight between the NCR
yes,
and the Mali Disposal Authority, that is SOGEL, and actual disposal certificate. So the goods you claim to have disposed, and different certificates, the weight varies and the product also varies. How this happened?
Each NCR is neither rejected or calculated based on the glaze variance. Those items who they are presented through the NCR with the glaze variance, it's been calculated and has not been destroyed. The only items which have been destroyed, it was rejected by the UN. And each report, it's particularly explained with the details what is the subject of the NCR. Neither the glaze variance between the difference of the net weight on the glazing, or the NCR is a subject of the rejection, which further these rejected products are proceed to the disposal. I cannot hear you. I'm sorry. You're on mute.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm just giving you the number. What is this number? LPO number? This I'm sorry, my lords. I'm just getting the page nation. I'm coming to the concluding part, so a few more questions only. So these questions were added subsequently, so I could not add numbers. PDF number? Kindly come to PDF number 7070.
Which NCR is this particular, please?
That is, last numbers you please look at it, 29572.
Apologies, Mr. Dinesh, I didn't catch the number. Could you repeat it for me just so I can bring it up?
LPO 80000295572.
Sorry, no, I mean the page reference for the trial bundle.
Page reference is 1770.
Thank you.
0151. I'm sorry, 0151.
0151. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gallo, you got it? What is the running page supporting? 17? 1770 is the running page.
I could not get it, please. Could you just refer to the which NCR number is this particular we are talking about?
Yes,
the NCR
yes.
number.
Yes. Are you on page 0151?
No. Listen to
kindly come to
which bundle is this?
Which bundle number, Mr. Dinesh?
Please, I'm just giving 0151.
No, bundle. What's the bundle number? Bundle and pay.
What is a bundle number? I'm sorry, I'm just getting it. 0151 bundle number.
01?
Bundle number 70.
Bundle number 70.
No, there's only 11. There's only 12 bundles.
12 bundles, yeah. If you allowed me, if you refer to any NCR particular number, we should.
PDF page 70.
I'm on the bundle right now. I don't have a file in front of me. Could you just refer the bundle number and then which documents we are referring to?
Bundle number 12, PDF number 70, page number 0151. 12. Am I correct?
12 is the opening submission. That's not it. There's no evidence in bundle 12.
Yes.
I'm instructed to say that bundle number is 0151.
This is
not that's not a bundle number. Is it bundle 1, page 51?
Page 51.
Right, well, let's have a look at that.
Is the bundle 1, document 3 or 4 or 5, and which documents we are referring to?
Bundle 0151 is a purchase order dated the 12th of November 2018. Is that what you're looking for, Mr. Dinesh?
Lords, this purchase order, claimant had supplied 500 kilograms of whole clean skewed. And please, so my question is this, as per this purchase order.
Well, which purchase order are you talking about?
70, the purchase order LPO 800.
Well, so these numbers don't mean anything, Mr. Dinesh. You've got to give us a hearing bundle number on the page.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll never be able to find the document off the transcript.
01-51, PDF page number 70.
Right, so that's a purchase order dated the 12th of November 2018, is it?
Same thing.
Good.
That's
right.
Excuse me, this is the bundle number 01?
Page 51.
05?
No, bundle 01, page 51.
Page 51. On the document 5, yeah, correct?
You can see that LCA of number there, 29572. My question is this, my lords. You got Mr.
One second, please.
I'm confused. You got that page, Mr. Gillow?
70.
70, yes. That will be PDF running page, but 01-51, where you can see a purchase order there.
No, I could not see the purchase order. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sorry for my inconvenience. Just this is the
local purchase number, purchase order number. Whenever you are at a purchase order, please tell me purchase orders.
Yes. Could you just tell me the reference of the purchase order number?
Yes, absolutely.
800.
Yes, 29572.
572. Yes, it's the fish good fillet frozen.
Fine. And what is the quantity mentioned in that? Clean, skewed. What is the quantity?
The quantity of the claims is 1150.
500
yes,
kg, isn't it? Now you kindly come to the disposal quantity of the same product. Disposed quantity. What is the disposal certificate? Give me the disposal certificate. I told you to give it certain numbers.
I'm not following this at all, Mr. Dinesh. What are we supposed to draw from this document that you've taken the witness to?
Yes, my lords. I say that my respective submission is this: that in the local purchase order, the quantity mentioned is 500, whereas in the disposal certificate, the same product quantity mentioned is 638 kg.
Which product are you talking about? Because on the purchase order I'm looking at, it's at 7 different products.
Clean skewed, whole clean skewed.
Clean what? I've got fish, king mackerel whole frozen, fish shrimp cooked peeled, fish shrimp raw unpeeled. What are you talking about?
My lords, skewed.
Skip. There's no skip on the document on page 51.
That's what my confusion as well.
My lords, I'm just getting it. No, your lordship is at the purchase order, or your lordship is at the disposal certificate?
I'm at the document you asked me to go to, Mr. Dinesh, which is document page 51 in hearing bundle 1. The reason we have these hearing bundles is so that everybody's using the same database during the trial. It doesn't work if people are using different documents.
Yes, my lords. I'm sorry, my lords, there was a confusion. My assisting counsel has got a different one because she added certain papers later. 0151, fish, mackerel, fish, shrimp. My lords, your lords may kindly come to, where is that item? Where is the item?
I lost my documents.
My lords, I skipped that question. This 300, quantity is 300. My lords, I skipped that question. I'll come back. Let them work on that, my lords. I'm sorry, my lords. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I need at least a 1 minute break here, my lords. I'll just add the cross references because these questions were added in the morning. We'll go to the next question. Skip that. Mr. Gala, I'm sorry for your inconvenience.
No, it's okay. No problem. For the better understanding, we could refer to the subject of the NCR, which are rejected, and there is a particular PO number, so we could not go through the PDF or any kind of document. So just refer to the NCR number. I should answer any questions there.
Yes. Can you come to the bundle number 530?
What's it?
Page
Zero.
30.
Bundle 5
30.
is document 3, correct?
530.
530.
5-30.
That's a Eurofin's report.
Eurofin's report, yes, correct.
Yes, yes. There you mentioned that there are two, they tested 8B06, that lot number 8B03. There are three
8B03, yes, correct.
8B06. Now, kindly see the disposal certificate dated.
Where are you reading from on that page, Mr. Dinesh? I can't see it.
There is 530.
Yes.
5-30. There are two lot numbers because that is the item. Kindly see the third reference. Your Honor got reference there.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's lot numbers. I've got sample code. I've got analytical report.
Yeah, sample code. Exactly, the sample code. Then, yes. And then just below on the left-hand side, there is reference.
Yes.
And the third item on the right side, batch number 8B06.
8B06, all right.
Yes. And similarly, there is 538, another batch is mentioned.
538, you're saying?
Yes, 538, 5-38.
Yes, all right.
The same place, there is a batch 8B03. Same place on left-hand side reference, sample code, left-hand side reference, and the third item on the right-hand side.
Yes,
8B03.
Yes.
Yes, my lords. Then kindly come to, what is it? A disposal certificate dated, I'll give you the page number, 5/10/2019.
Which bundle?
Bundle is 51229, 5-1229.
Yes.
1229.
Could I just check, Mr. Dinesh? This is the draft disposal certificate, isn't it? At 15229.
Yes, it's not the signed one.
Yes, disposal certificate 5/10, 5th October 2019.
Apologies again, Mr. Dinesh, but just to clarify, you're referring to the draft disposal certificate, not the final version.
You mean to say the draft?
It's not the signed one. We were looking at the signed one earlier.
Yes.
That's it. I think that was 1262, wasn't it, from memory?
5-1234.
Bundle.
Show me that.
51.
That particular item. Is it missing? Is it missing? Is it the question? Look at it.
Yes, 1234 is signed. Mr. Dinesh, we can't hear you. If you're trying to talk to us, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. My lords, I'm sorry, my apology, my lords. In the disposal certificate, these items are missing. What do you have to say on this?
Which item are missing? If you refer, we could not. I'm sorry, interrupting. We could not refer based on the results from the Eurofins and based on the purchase order. Each purchase order has a different items, and the subject of the claims, the NCR referring to the PO, the partial or the part of the rejected products. So we should not referring to any Eurofins lot number to the disposal subject. This is totally different to methodology and the procedure. We could refer only the reference number from the NCR to the disposal certificate. The NCR is clarifying the quantity and the item, the lot number, and the PO number. When you compare the NCR rejected project versus memorandum signed by the UN health certificate, Malian governmental health authorization, you could see the link between the rejected project to the disposal project. If we are going through purchase order, each purchase order has 1 million different items, which cannot be some of them are not the subject of the rejection, are the subject of the different variance grazing. So that's completely misleading the subject of the rejection and disposal.
I put it to you that there are differences in weights and quantities between...
There is no differences between the weights and the quantity if you are referring directly to the NCR, which has been presented to the ISFISH. If you are following the NCR rejected project, comparing with the memorandum signed by the United Nations and the Malian officials, there is no disconnection. The quantity, the PO, the lot number are exactly the same and verified by the UN and according to the NCRs. We have no procedure and we have no way to release any item out of the United Nations warehouse if it's not with the backup documents of the NCR rejection. That's the only way how we are proceeding the disposal. So this is not ECOLOG International call to proceed with the disposal if we don't have a backup documents and referring the NCR submitted to ISFISH and prove the evidence that correspondential between the ECOLOG International and ISFISH are extracted completely.
So your confidentiality clause affects the interest of ISFISH, is that correct?
There is no any interest of the ISFISH.
Because of your
we are
confidentiality...
just proceeding, yeah, because we were ECOLOG International was very transparent and very direct in a good faith with the ISFISH. Ignoring the facts and following the NCR reports are lead to the stage where we are right now.
So from this NCR disposal certificate by SOGEL, disposal certificate by Mali authorities, the ISFISH will not have any idea which good is disposed.
ECOLOG invited on time ISFISH to come and to be presented on the disposal. We got the email that from the general manager from ISFISH that he will only send a representative to get to re-export the goods from the UN mission. On the email, if somebody followed the email correspondential, we were clearly said that give us the passport number to secure the goods, to secure the access to be present on the disposal. So ISFISH was rejected. So he never sent the passport. He never sent any name from the ISFISH to be present on the disposal. So your suspicion is not accurate if you are avoiding our request.
I put it to you that your documents are self-contradicting so far as disposal is concerned.
I'm not seeing any contradiction there. because he's in presence of the United Nations, which is the prestige and the government authority, and we could not ignore the facts that the procedure of the UN and the health authority of the Mali, we have to respect.
I put it to you that all these fish items were within expiry dates, and you disposed of all these goods in the local market.
It was not the subject of the expiration date. It was the subject of the rejection, because ECOLOG got the report from the East Fish that you are selling the different glazing. We are paying for the ice instead of the accurate net weight. We are paying for the different species of the fish, which are way less expensive what we paid previously for years. And then you submitted the fish who they've been rejected is according to the UN standard. We proved that and we provided the whole information and the backup documents together with the NCR. If somebody read carefully from the beginning, the whole NCR, the subject of the rejection, the subject of the variance, it's not going to lead on this kind of misunderstanding at this moment.
Mr. Geller, it was counsel specifically put to you that the goods were disposed of in the local market rather than destroyed. What do you say to that?
No, that's not true.
So you destroyed all the edible food items?
Yes, correct. Not me. We just initiate, and then the procedure is been taken from the Malian health authority.
I put it to you that you could have mitigated the loss and sent it back to the claimant as per the UN procedure.
If the East Fish send an official representative to negotiate with the UN mission, maybe we should assist and then we should re-export it. But at this moment, we have no authority, and we cannot re-export any goods without representative of the East Fish in Mali.
But the contract is between UN and ECOLOG. Is that?
This the East Fish is very well aware with the items who is the last destination. That's our end user is the United Nations. Based on the United Nations requirements, your proposal was submitted to the UN for the approval from the UN that you are clarified the company who could cooperate directly through us to supply the foods for the United Nations. So the East Fish company was very well aware of which particular business you're working with.
I put it to you that you have not produced any test reports so far as.
That's not the true. We submitted each single stage, and then the second witness statement, the second witness can elaborate the procedure and methodology of the tasting according with the evidence, through the evidence from the provided by the ECOLOG International.
Have you had the benefit of the cross-examination done yesterday by your by East Fish?
So specify the question.
Have you? No. My question is this: were you aware of the cross-examination conducted?
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
And you got
it's
the
not
opportunity.
My first case.
Yeah, you got the opportunity to see all those cross-examination. Don't shake, please don't. Miss Emma, I'm so sorry to say this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dinesh, but you're saying that Mr. Galov was on the screen yesterday, but you know full well he wasn't because you can see the participants.
I
so
was not.
Why you're asking that question?
I'm a little bit confused with the question. I'm sorry, but I'm totally confused from the question.
Presence of witness, we are not supposed to debate on this issue. This is an era of technology. You know, I wasn't present on yesterday hearing. I'm not saying that you were present. Of course, leave that question. I'm just asking for the purpose of asking. Yeah. Then I put it to you that you wrongfully rejected the goods supplied by East Fish.
That's not correct.
I put it to you that there is no evidence supplied to Eastfish despite repeated reminders by Eastfish to give the rejection certificate by UN.
That's not true.
I put it to you that you were changing your stand from 5th February to August 8th. First you said it cannot be re-exported. Later you said it can be exported. Then you said you need a confirmation certificate. Then you gave 24 hours time. Then you said that we can't extend the time. Then you said the disposal procedure is irrevocable. Is that correct?
Based on my evidence, the half of the questions are not correct and is not accurate according to what I have been answered. I do believe there is a record, and then we should refer back what is the meaning of the procedure of the re-exporting, not going back and forth, repeating that I declare that, or I contradict myself, that I'm referring that you are allowed, or anyway we could re-export the goods. I was, once again, I'm repeating, we were just ECOLOG team suggested to Eastfish to follow the procedure in order to help you how to get to the point, if it's possible, to re-export your goods back to the country of origin.
Thank you, Mr. Gillow. Your Honor, I'm done, so far as Mr. Gillow is concerned.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, how long do you think you might be in re-examination? I noticed it's a bit after 1 in Dubai.
5 minutes.
Right, well,
I've got 3 questions.
All right, let's press on then and we can excuse Mr. Gilov after that.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Mr. Gilov, can I please take you to 05-1227, and for the PDF reference, it's page.
Let me just open. Which bundle is this?
So it's 5, bundle 5, and it's 1227. PDF 1541.
1541. Let me find this. 1541.
And the
I'm sorry asking. On the bundle, the 05 is a standard production of the document. And there is a document 1, document 2, 3.
1227.
1227 is a page. 1227, 1227. 1 second, please.
So bundle 5, 1227.
I'm almost there.
Let me know when you're there.
To 5.
So 1227.
1227. 1227. I'm sorry. I'm 05127. I'm
1227. So it's bundle 5. 1227. It might help if you go to the
documents 228. It's
so there should be a find box, and you can put in the number of into the find box.
5-1227.
Almost there. Sorry.
So 05-127. Please let me know when you're there.
One, two, two, 7.
So
I'm
maybe
sorry.
please
It's
search for
inconvenient. Yeah, I could search, but it doesn't work on my site. And then 1, 2, 2, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Got it. Yes.
And to check we're on the same page, if we look at the side of the page, it says 10.9 and 10.10, doesn't it?
Yes, correct. This is the part
What
of
is this document? What is this document?
This is the part of the document, part of the contract between the ECOLOG and the UN.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, if I can ask you to go to zero. Oh, apologies.
Walker, sorry, Ms. Walker, is there any evidence that this document was ever provided to Eastfish?
I can ask Mr. Gelov. Mr. Gelov, was this document provided to Eastfish?
Not particularly in our case, but it's been submitted through the court on the witness statement of evidence.
Yes, but sorry, Mr. Gelov, just going back to before the court case.
No, we
Eastfish of this document.
No, we didn't.
All right.
Is the purpose of this document for you as ECOLOG to understand what the UN expects of you with your contractual relationship?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, if I can ask you please to go to 05-1277.
1277.
That's it. So we're not far away from this document.
1277. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 7, 7. 7, 7.
So we're 50 pages ahead.
Yeah, it's only one page.
Yes, just what is this document?
This is presenting the NCR by date, by the quantity, the lot number, and the subject of the NCRs for the resupplying.
So it's addressing the POs of the Eastfish.
Yes.
Are relevant in relation to the NCR in relation to the non-compliance.
Correct.
What is the highlighted section where it's
the highlighted are the company for which we proceed with the purchasing for the resupplying the product equal to the lost quantity from the fish.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask you now to go to the next page, which is 05-1278?
Yes, correct.
Okay, what is this document?
This is document presenting the how many hours we spent, times consumption on the labors, how many hours we spent the management and the whole team referring to prepare the claims and designated people who they are working additionally because of this issue with Eastfish.
And when you say the designated people, are you referring to the next page, 05-1279?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Gelov.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Geloff. Mr. Geloff, there's no reason why Mr. Geloff shouldn't be excused, is there? Mr. Geloff, thank you for your assistance. That completes your involvement in these proceedings. You're free to go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gelov.
All right. Now is probably a good time for a break. Mr. Dinesh, you probably want some lunch.
Please.
Shall we break? Can we resume? Will 40 minutes be enough? Can we resume on the hour?
Please, my lords. 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Ms. Walker, is that convenient to you?
Absolutely.
Right, we'll resume on the hour, and you'll call your expert then, I think, Ms. Walker. Is
Indeed,
that right?
yes. And that's going to be the final witness for the defendant.
Yes. All right. Okay. We'll see you in 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank Right. Now, I think we're all reassembled, are we? Yes. Ms. Walker.
Yes. Thank you. I'd like please to call Dr. Werner Nader, or Nader. I apologise. I will ask how we pronounce his surname.
It's not on screen.
He is showing as being a participant on the screen. So Dr. Nader, if I can ask please you to turn your camera on.
And your microphone.
And unmute yourself. Dr. Nader, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Could you turn your camera on for us, please?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much. Can I, before we start, is your surname Nader or Nader?
Well, in Germany we say nada, but you can say Nader, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much. I will say Nader. Thank you, Dr. Nader. Do you have a copy of your expert report in front of you?
Yes, I have it on the other screen.
Thank you very much.
My expert opinion in as a PDF. Yeah.
You're now going to be sworn in, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions before we hand over to Mr. Dinesh, who's counsel for the claimant.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Nader. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Thank you. Would you please state your full name and occupation for the record?
My name is Dr. Werner Franz Nader from Germany. My occupation is I'm a biologist.
Thank you. Will you be swearing or affirming today?
I can swear.
You can swear. Do you have your holy book in front of you?
Yes, I have to take it off. Yes, this is it.
Please show it to the court. Thank you. Please place your right hand on your holy book. And please repeat after me. I
Sure.
swear by the Almighty God.
By the Almighty God.
To tell the truth.
To tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nader. If I can please ask you to turn to, it's PDF 2551, trial bundle reference 07-1.
That is in the bundle?
Yes, so it's PDF bundle 1227. Oh, sorry, 2551. I'll go back to the number I said initially. And this is trial bundle reference 07-1. For those using.
That is in my. You mean this is in my expert opinion, or where is it?
So you should be seeing on that screen. It's entitled expert opinion, and it's the first page, isn't it, of your expert opinion?
Yes, I'm on there. Yes.
Thank you very much. And what date did you produce this document?
That was produced on the 31st. Let me see. Okay, let's see. 31st of April of 2022. Okay,
thank you. And can I ask you please to turn to it's 7-8. It's the page 8 of your expert opinion.
Page 8. Sorry. You know, I got it wrong. I'm in the answer and questions. Sorry. Now I'm in the expert opinion. I'm sorry.
And that apologies. You were giving me the date for the for the questions. No. Understood.
Okay. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry for that. And that was brought out on the March 22nd, 2022.
Thank you very much. And can you confirm that your expert opinion up to the point of your signature is 8 pages?
It has 8 pages, and then there are a couple of attachments.
Indeed, thank you very much. And can you confirm that the opinion that you have provided and the facts stated in your report are within your own knowledge, and you believe them to be true, and that the opinions you've expressed represent your true and complete professional opinion?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Now the answers to the claimant's questions that you've already looked to, which is 07-4, 2595 of the PDF.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I got it.
Yes. What date did you produce this document?
I have to scroll down. So April 21st.
Thank you very much.
I issued it April 21st, exactly.
And can you confirm, insofar as the facts stated in the report are within your own knowledge, you've made them clear that you believe them to be true, and that the opinions you've expressed represent your true and complete professional opinion?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And finally, Dr. Nada, if I can take you to PDF 2590.
Sorry, I still have some problems with this numbering. That is two.
PDF, so it's the PDF number 2590, and it's the trial bundle reference 07-40.
07-40. 07-40. In the bundle I see under 7 expert witness.
So it should be, it's 2590 of the PDF or 07-40 of
sorry, what kind of PDF are you talking about? Is that the total bundle as provided as a PDF?
I thought you had a bundle which was a PDF. If not,
I got it. But first let me open this.
Okay.
I also got the bundle as a PDF. That's correct. So let me see where I got this. Zoom up. Because
so it's easier. It's 07-40 for the page number that's on the page, or for a PDF typing into the PDF box.
I downloaded it, but just a second. Bundle. East Fish bundle. Okay, versus ECOLOG bundle. So just opens. Okay. And it should now be open totally. So yeah, I got this on my screen.
Thank you.
So and sorry, I cannot. Your numbering system is a little bit.
Fortunately, we have two different number systems. The reason, so we have a PDF number. Which would you prefer to use? Would you prefer to use the PDF number, or would you prefer to use the trial bundle references, which, for example, your expert report is at bundle 7? Which would you prefer? And then Claimants Council could also use the same numbering.
I'm now in the index of the PDF.
Okay.
And so the index, and so you say I have to go to 7.
07-40.
07-40.
Which is PDF page 2590.
2590.
So at the top of the PDF bundle, you can type in the number that you're getting to, which is 2590.
2590. 2590. Yeah, that's my curriculum vitae, you mean?
Thank you very much. What are your qualifications?
Well, I'm a biologist, a trained biologist with a PhD and a diploma. And I worked for many years as a postdoctoral fellow in Germany and in the United States. I then worked in biotech industry after my return. I worked also in the country of Costa Rica. And I joined in 2000, I joined a company called GeneScan for the analysis of genetically modified detection of genetically modified organisms by DNA testing. And then later Eurofins, which took over GeneScan. There I was first had the position of a marketing of the sales director for one of the companies of the Eurofins group in Germany. Later on, I became head of marketing and sales of Eurofins and started in 2009 a spin-off company called Eurofins Global Control, offering services worldwide, pre-shipment shipment services worldwide, which I retired. I'm retired since 2018 and work since then as a consultant. I made my training and my work and experience as a so-called lead auditor for food safety management systems, FSSC 22000, and also ISO. It's a broader ISO 22000 scope. And yeah, that's it. What I can say. So I did research, particularly on particular cases of DNA fingerprinting, authenticity testing of plant materials, particularly rice, but also pine kernels. So that is my so I'm working with molecular biology since 1984.
Thank you very much. There's no more questions from me, but now counsel for the claimant will ask you questions. Thank you very much.
Please.
Mr. Dinesh.
May I? Yes. Mr. Nadar, my name is PV Dinesh. I'm the counsel for the claimant. I'll be asking you the questions, and I'll be putting certain suggestions as well. Whenever you want to say yes or no, or when you are responding to my suggestions, you can say yes or no, and whatever you want to say later on voluntarily, you can say so. There is no bar. And if you feel that I'm trying to stop you somewhere, you can always tell me. I'm sorry, I will not do that. So let us start.
Please.
Yes. How many years you really worked with the Eurofins?
For Eurofins Germany since 2001. I joined the company in 2001 or 2002. I'm not so sure about that anymore. It was end of 2001, I think I joined the company from GeneScan, and GeneScan became later on Eurofins. And so in total, I joined GeneScan middle of 2000. So in total since year 2000, yes.
And you retired in 2018, as you said.
As a managing director of one spin-off company.
Right. So you have any financial interest in Eurofins? Do you have any?
No longer. My options are sold, and so no longer.
But you work as a consultant to Eurofins.
Exactly, I get money. So there is as a consultant. This is correct.
Right. So you get regular references from Eurofins.
Exactly.
And you certify their lab reports.
I also certify laboratory reports. This is correct.
Right. And who told you to be an expert witness in this case?
You know, we were asked by ECOLOG to name a person, and to comment on the analytical results, on our analytical results, and so I took that position.
So you work as a consultant to ECOLOG?
I would not say no, because I was asked to become, I don't know this function, but they asked me to become an expert, to write my expert opinion. So this is a consultancy. It's correct if you define it this way, which was not by myself, but through the company.
How did you get this reference?
What do you mean with that?
Reference has to stand as an expert. You came in contact with ECOLOG. They appointed you as an expert.
No, as I told you, ECOLOG contacted Eurofins Global Control and asked Eurofins Global Control to denominate a person, and that was me.
Right. So it is basically Eurofin initiated.
Exactly. It is between ECOLOG and Eurofins, correctly.
Fine. And you can't say something contrary to Eurofins report, isn't it? You certify normally Eurofins reports.
I also certify, but in this case, I did not certify the reports which were issued at that time.
But you agree with Eurofins reports?
Not always, because, you know, I'm a critical person. And so if the customer has any objection or if there is any question, I of course follow that up. And if I find a mistake in our procedure, I will bring it up. There's no doubt about that, because we are an ethical, highly ethical company.
You are ethical company means which company?
Eurofins.
Eurofins. 10. I think more than as an expert witness, you have gone through all the papers of this case, it seems. Am I correct?
The whole document covers, I think, 2,987 pages, and it was really not possible to go through every line. But I tried my best to at least to cover the most important. But to be honest, sure, you know, there are probably many pages which I left out.
You have seen the witness statements of other people who stood as a witness in this case. Am I right?
Yes.
And you have seen the purchase orders. You mentioned that in your affidavit.
Exactly. I saw the purchase orders of food products from Eastfish, ECOLOG, issued by ECOLOG to Eastfish, correct.
Okay. Have you given an expert opinion to ECOLOG in other cases?
No, this one was the first one.
This one is the first one. And as an expert, you saw the the mail originated from UN on 5th of February 2019. Am I correct?
You mean the emails?
Emails.
Yes, I saw them.
You saw that. Is there any rejection specifically in that mail? Any report of rejection? Apart from
you mean the email sent by UN pointing out the difference they see in the labels and asking for a complete for the glazing test?
Yes. Yes.
This is the initial finding, an observation made, to my opinion, an observation made by the UN to see an irregularity and to follow that up, and then and to follow it up by testing, and this is what they did.
So you came to know about this testing through emails, isn't it? You are never party to that.
No, I was not party to that, but I saw photographies, how they did it.
From the photographs, is it possible to assess the temperature?
This, you know, the temperature of the, I saw the photos, primarily I was focusing on the photos regarding the shrimps, regarding the raw and peeled shrimps. And so that looked to me that it was water at room temperature, which is a correct water required according the Codex standard to do the deglazing test for the unpeeled raw. And for the peeled raw, you have to go even higher in temperature to do a correct deglazing test.
So it was your impression. The temperature is basically your guesswork, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know, if it would have been lower, it would influence the deglazing as much, because it would underestimate totally the glaze. Understood. So yeah, so if it would be lower, you know, the glazing was probably much higher. So
fine. My question was slightly different, but at the same time, I just want to allow you to answer answer whatever you would like to say. My question is slightly different. From the test reports, I mean, which were all the reports given to you to assess as you're an expert, that doesn't indicate the temperature, isn't it?
No, the temperature was not given, but I saw, that they kept it at around probably room temperature under wet climate conditions. I did not see the concrete temperature. But as I told you, the temperature, if the temperature is too low, you will find an underestimation of the glazing, particularly of frozen shrimps, causing, that would mean that the glazing would be even higher. So, I'm pretty confident, and I'm also confident that it was done under the supervision of the UN, I think the ration sheet ahead in that area. So don't, I don't recall really. I wrote it down in my expert opinion. So I think they did a good job according to the codex.
So basically, it is your belief, isn't it? Your belief that UN might have done it in the proper manner.
It's my belief. But as I told you, for the shrimps, it is clear the temperature influences the glazing amount. And if the temperature is too low, so it could not be high enough to get the right amount. And this is scientifically proven, and I show that publication in my expert opinion.
I put it to you that the photographs of squid which you produce as part of your expert evidence does not indicate the temperature.
No, it is clear, correct.
It is correct.
No, you are right. There is no thermometer, I don't see, there's no information regarding this respect on the photos. That's correct.
Fine. See, let us come to this glazing test.
Mm-hmm.
When you do a test, you are an expert, isn't it? You will be going by the values.
Exactly.
Fine. And to understand whether the test was conducted properly or not, you will always refer to the values. Am I correct?
This is correct. If the test was done under certain circumstances, sure.
Fine. Let us understand, according to you, the Codex Alimentarius, that should be the test. I understand. And I read your expert evidence. What is this Codex Alimentarius? I understood. But when you do this test, when you do this deglazing test, there should be values that what is the weight before deglazing and after deglazing. Am I correct?
Correct, sure.
Correct. In that certificate, which you have relied upon, is there any value shown the pre-weight and post-weight after deglazing?
There is no certificate. What I saw are lists. So Excel lists with tables with the results.
No, I'll just reframe my question. Along with your expert opinion, you have dealt with three major important issues. One is glazing, the second one is origin of the species, and the third one is DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct? So we are in the area of glazing now.
Mm-hmm.
So far as this glazing is concerned, for the purpose of understanding whether a glazing test was conducted properly, you need a pre-value of the specimen which you are going to test, and the value post deglazing. Am I right?
Correct, yeah. And on the photos, you can see that because they use a balance, they show a photo of the balance of the product before and after. So also there you can see the weight. So you can actually check.
Photograph. Yeah. Which photograph you refer to?
Well, I just I have to pick that out first.
I think I can help you out.
Yeah,
I think it is 720. 720 and running pages would be 7-20. Running pages would be 2574.
I have to say that I did not put all photos I did not put all photos into my expert opinion. So you see that there is an example of the balance 1.295 kilogram. Yeah, that's correct. 1.43. So that's correct.
No, are you at page 720, 7-20?
I am at page 7. So in my expert opinion, page 20, you mean?
Your expert
I
opinion
just,
page
okay,
20.
again, I have to go back to the bundle. Okay. So
Internal
let
page
me
20.
see. So let me see.
You can refer to internal page of running page of your expert opinion. That is 20.
20, yeah, 20. I have to. I'm on
20. Yeah, where you can see a person washing it. Washing,
yeah, exactly.
right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yes. So
Frozen fish, shrimps,
yeah,
raw and peeled. Okay.
yeah, frozen raw, run peeled, shrimps raw and peeled.
Mhm.
Is there any weight given in this? Is there any weight, pre-weight and post-weight after glaze, before glazing and after glazing?
Okay, after glazing, you see that on the balance 1.43, and before that must be on the declaration 1.6. Okay, that now depends on. Yeah, look, you know, I have to stop this at this point because I'm now a little bit, you know, I have to check that. I checked that before, of course. Now just let me see that. So net weight 1.6. And so it was 20%, gross weight 2 kgs. And so at the end, you come out at 1.43. So instead of 1.6 net, you end up with 1.43.
Yes.
Okay.
And see, and you see the shape of that plastic bag, it varies, isn't it? And the two flaps.
Yeah, well, this is yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, you know, yeah.
It's a different product, it seems.
No, it's not necessarily.
It does not indicate so.
Okay.
Yes. And
well, no, listen. Okay, now
please.
You know, we are referring here to the product frozen shrimps, fish shrimps, raw and peeled. So all these labels have the same net weight 1.6, gross weight 2 kg. So it doesn't matter what package was tested here. You know, it always should come out with a net weight of 1.6.
You are an expert and you should be weighing the same stuff, isn't it? And
Sure, you know, but listen, okay, it might, you know, that might be, but notwithstanding, I see from here, you know, that there is not a compliance here. But, you know, this, to come back to that, this was done under the supervision of the UN, this test, and it was against the interest of ECOLOG to do any manipulation here. Because if ECOLOG would have done a manipulation in the negative, they were really aware of the consequences. So I don't understand your argumentation.
I'm sorry. Mr. Nader, you are speaking, you are talking like a person, ECOLOG person. I'm talking to you as an expert.
No, I just come from the logics.
You come from the?
Logics. Because, you know, I dealt with a lot, quite a lot of food fraud cases, particularly in our work we do with the pre-shipment inspection. And there we always go attach these things according to logic.
So you are basically a logic expert in logics.
As an expert and as a scientist, I have to follow the rules of logics. That's clear.
But as a scientist, you have to go by the values.
Yeah, okay. But the values I got in the table, they provided me.
They provided to you.
Yeah, so sure. No, which was provided by UN. Under UN supervision of United Nations of experts on that side.
Have you annexed any communication to that effect in your, have you attached or have you produced any UN communication to that effect in your statement?
you know, there you have to check the emails of UN. So between UN, going forth and back between UN and between ECOLOG.
Fine. I can put a suggestion to you.
Mhm.
I put to you that there is no supporting documents by UN showing the values of test.
Mhm. Okay, that can be done. You know, I can check that later. You know, right now it's I can check for that. You know,
Please,
we can do it.
please.
So let me see. Under Europeans reports, fish process, East Fish, UN ECOLOG, UN communications, glazing percentage. Okay. I have here an email from Jose Paulo Cardoso Astorga Viana, dated, I'll just add it, that is February 14th. So that is information. He shows the different labels. And below, greetings, Paolo, he has the results of the glazing tests. Please be informed that supply has as requested for our deglazing method, which was used, etc. And then there is a complete list of test results of the glazing test, which was communicated to the UN. So it was known to the UN, and it was so accepted by the UN.
So I understand that so accepted by UN means UN did not do that test.
It was done under the supervision of the UN. That is also mentioned somewhere.
Where?
Oh, well, again, let me check. Glazing percentage. That is, I think, in the communications, dear Mr. Packing, a false kit. In the communications with where ECOLOG informs Eastfish. But, you know, again, a little bit difficult to find in all that communications. Eastfish, okay. Request for memo. Okay. So it takes a little bit longer to find that email. There's an email stating that, informing that this glazing test was done under supervision in the presence of the UN. I also mentioned that actually in my expert opinion. So at one point, but it's difficult for me to find now. And the other mission we received, so, but you should have that yourself. You know, this email I cannot find right now, but you can see my reference in my report. Methods, student methods, etc. for the uncooked fruit. The food in his flaws regarding claim was initiated. You know, both shipments are from same numbers. It takes me a while to find that. Missed fish. Sorry. A little bit complicated to find the right one. intense glaze percentage. At the moment, you know, I have to tell you that I have problems to find that particular email. I definitely can provide it later on because I saw that. So may I kindly? I know I definitely I saw that email, which clearly says that it was that this deglazing test was done in presence of the Ration Chief of the UN.
Mr. Nada, my question was basically assume there was an email. Any of this email does not emails do not refer to the values. I mean,
sure.
The weight.
The values are included in there, you know, there are Excel tables with the values.
Values, I mean, as per the Codex Alimentarius, basically what is the weight before testing, what is the weight after the testing, how much quantity was taken for testing, in which atmospheric condition the test was conducted, what was the temperature of the water. I think I did not see any of this, any such mail suggesting a test like that. Do you remember any
Well,
such
you know,
mail?
yes, you know what, the table clearly states the weight, clearly defines the weight and the percentage that is given. So regarding the conditions, sure, one has to rely.
Yes.
Okay.
I saw the percentage, like 20%, 25%, 30%, 40%. I saw that.
Exactly.
That is not my. We are in the area of experts. You know, I'm speaking to an expert. It's not like a layman, like 20%, 30%. I'm talking to an expert, where an expert is supposed to look into supposed to see whether the test is conducted as per the Codex standard or Codex Alimentarius. And for that purpose, you need values that pre-weight and post-weight, all the weather conditions, water temperature. There should be some sort of a detailed values mentioned in the report.
Not necessarily. When such a report clearly refers to a method, then you know, you can take that. You are right in that respect that these are emails, so we don't have certificates. So one really has to rely on what the people did there on site, but in the presence of the UN.
So
and what I saw, as I mentioned, you know, what I saw with the shrimps is clear. You know, it was, in my opinion, it was done correctly. The water has to have a certain temperature in order to do the deglazing properly. Otherwise, you will get underestimation of the glazing. So I hope, you know, that it was done with the right. So, you know, if it would be done with cold water, we might even have found a higher glazing. In reality, that might have been, you know, that might have come to an underestimation, and that would be even worse.
Mr. Nader, this is theory. I understood. This is theory, and it should be a test should be conducted.
Not theory. It's not theory. This is not theory, sir. This is scientifically shown, and I showed and I included the reference in my paper. It was done in Brazil by a research institute which compared several methods and which clearly showed that even the temperature below 30 degrees brings an underestimation. It's no theory. These are facts.
I agree. It is a fact. It is a science.
Okay.
I agree.
So
my
no
question
theory.
is slightly different. My question is slightly different. As an expert, you have to ask for the values, isn't it, to certify something? Because you are an expert and you are saying that, look, this has been done like this. So you are supposed to ask for values. You did not do that.
Well. You know, in this case, I judged the results given on the deglazing test from this activities at this UN mission, and they gave the values are in the emails. That's a table. Now the question, of course, is which can be then asked is was that all done under exact codex conditions? But as I told you. I have another approach and questioning what needs to be the right temperatures in this particular case of shrimps. What needs to be the right temperatures to do the deglazing test properly? And from what I saw is, it was definitely not cooking water. It was water at room temperature. So, and that might have even led to an underestimation of an underestimation of the glaze content.
I understood. Unfortunately, we are on the test, not on the science, as you said, or a fact. We are on the real
test.
Yes. And I put it to you that the test was not conducted scientifically. And there is no value given any of the documents or mails so far as this test is concerned.
You might be that opinion, but you know that opinion.
And say yes or no, and proceed.
What was the question again?
I put it to you that any of these mails does not suggest that these were conducted after a proper measuring of values in a scientific manner, as Codex Alimentarius insists.
This is what you say, but the UN will say different.
That is UN. You, as an expert, you don't have an opinion.
Well, I have to check the results. I have to check the conclusiveness, and to me, it makes sense. So I cannot say, you know, it would not stand up scientific standards and also standards of an ISO accredited laboratory. There's no doubt about that. But what I can say to you is that with this regard, I would even consider the results on the shrimps as an underestimation of the glazing.
So you just approve whatever ECOLOG made?
No. In this case, as I said, done under the supervision of UN.
There is nothing to show. There is nothing to show that the UN test was conducted in such and such manner.
Well, okay, you know, but when then I can say, okay, that was all what they did was all wrong. So then one has to ask what Eastfish did. So and Eastfish doing this kind of tests with chilled water between 0 and 4 degrees centigrade. Was that correct?
You can't question me.
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate it's an argument. See, you have mentioned about this DNA sampling at page 704, 7-05, 7-05, running page 255.
Okay.
2555.
Okay.
I think easier for you is to look at the internal page of your report. That is page 5.
Okay.
41.
Page 5. Okay, 5. Okay, got it.
Your Honor, that
Okay.
is 7-05.
Okay.
You mentioned, are you there?
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah. At the page, not there.
I'm here, yeah. Okay, okay, I got it. Yes, okay.
And see, para 4, these fish samples were sent from CAR. Am I correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Right. And this is not sent from Mali.
There's a reason to that.
No, I'm asking you a question. Then you can.
It was not sent. It was not sent from Mali. Correct.
Mali. Are you aware of this destruction, disposal, all this procedure by and in this transaction?
No. Yeah, I read through that, but very very fast. So I saw that when material was destroyed.
I'm not, since you are not very much, are not bothering you with that.
I was not involved in that. No.
Yeah, fine. Do you have an opinion that this fish item supplied by yeast fish and this glazing, DNA, mislabeling, is it good for edible human consumption?
Okay. The glazing, I would say, is okay. And, you know, that is, if everything was done properly, is good for human consumption. The fish gives me a problem. And the problem comes out of the experience we have here in Europe during the horse meat scandal. And there was big concern of the health issues from these horses, which were treated. We found a certain veterinary drugs, which might cause problems. And so whenever you put another species in that and declare it as, let's say, some pollock as cod, then you lose the traceability. So who tells us that, you know, this lot was supposed to be cod? So the lot was tested by a food safety laboratory. I think it was Geoscience in Dubai for food safety. But now this is not cod, this is pollock. So the traceability loss, so we don't know the real history and everything which was done to secure the consumer safety of the product. And there's also, there's an interesting FAO, a paper particularly on fish fraud, and there you will find a paragraph on the possible food safety implications of this fish adulteration. So, question mark. If that product would have been tested again, you know, and declared properly, probably, but when such things occur, one has to question immediately also the food safety part.
So the Indian food snapper is not consumed by any person. Red snapper.
Okay. The red snapper. If the red snapper is, well, you know, I don't understand that question. Why you're asking the question?
Is this: the red snapper is produced and exported, caught and exported from India. Is it worthy of human consumption?
If it was tested properly, okay. Otherwise, one has to question for heavy metals, microbiology. Fish, spoiled fish is dangerous. So if that is done all properly and documented properly, it's safe for human consumption. But that requires that the lot is traceable, that the product which you buy at the end you supply to the consumer can be traced back to the original lot, and that lot was properly tested. So then it's fine.
Are you aware that ECOLOG was consuming, or ECOLOG was taking delivery of red snapper since 2014, the same red snapper produced by the same company. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. No.
But you have mentioned about FAO standard 51 and other aspects of red snapper.
Yeah, the red snapper, I think that was something I picked up from the documentation, FAO region. And of course, you know, that is questionable. If something like that is on there, it's questionable because a species, if a FAO region is declared where this fish does not occur, you know, this rings definitely the bell that something is not done with the proper care. But you know, the red snapper is just a comment from a child comment in my expert opinion. So I picked it up.
Fine, thank you. Are you aware of UAE food security laws?
A little bit, as a GCC era, because we are active in Saudi Arabia and I'm on the board of directors of our Saudi company now. So I'm more aware with Saudi than with UAE. But please go ahead.
Are you aware that East Fish, this ECOLOG, has got a subsidiary in UAE?
Yes.
Have you worked with them?
Yes.
Have you seen the contract between UN and ECOLOG? Your reference to that, that's why.
Between UN and ECOLOG, the contract.
Yes. Yes. Have you seen?
The specific contract I never saw, no.
Have you gone through all the purchase orders? And this, you are mentioning about the purchase orders.
There are hundreds of purchase orders, I think, in the document. And so what I read only picked out one or two, saw the contractual conditions. And then I saw what the purchase order mentions, that there is the UN standard number mentioned on the purchase order.
Fine. Have you checked the expiry dates of this food items?
The expiry dates of what food items?
This supplied by East Fish. We are only confined about East Fish supply, not other suppliers.
The expiry dates? No, I did not check that in detail. No. Why?
But the expert opinion, you have that labels, it shows the expiry dates.
Yeah,
Can
sure.
you come to 7-11?
7-7.
Internal purchase 11.
So 7-7. So that is where again?
7-1. Your page will be 11. 1-1.
11. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Yes, you mean the label, frozen squid?
Expiry date.
It has a 2-year expiry date. Yeah.
Yes. So the production date was 8/7. Production date was 8/7/2018, isn't it?
Correct.
And these were tested in 2019 February.
2000. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
So after 9 months.
Okay.
So you are in possession of this. ECOLOG was in possession of this item. The 9 months.
Yeah. Okay.
You have produced the DNA analysis of 3 items.
Exactly.
And you have produced the DNA analysis of only 3 items.
Exactly.
And can you trace back? You said you can trace back. Can you trace back these 3 samples to the entire bulk of quantities supplied?
Again, this is based on photographic evidence, which was provided by the customer, ECOLOG.
I put it to you that you have tested only a small sample, and that is not the correct representation of the entire bulk supplied by the yeast fish. As an expert to answer.
Sure, we can do, of course, representative sampling of the fish, and then we can make a huge mix, and we can then, but this is quite an effort. If we find such a deviation in one single item, it will cause a problem. There's no doubt about that. It's a way here in Europe, in Germany, restaurants are tested. The official tester goes in there, a control inspector asks for sole, takes a sample, sends it to the lab, it's analyzed, and if it's found Pangasius, the restaurant has a problem.
So when somebody is, you are also quite aware of this export processing. You worked in a sea processing company in 2011. I saw your bio, very impressive. And you said when you are exporting, say about many containers, you have, for the purpose of testing whether these containers are as per the samples or the real picture of these containers, what all food stuff inside these containers, you should have some sort of a representative samples, isn't it?
This is the normal procedure which we apply to large commodities, for sure. When you test for veterinary drugs in, let's say, a container of shrimps, you take out a representative sample. The problem with it is always, you take, let's say, 10 more samples. One has a problem, the others not. The bad product will be diluted by the good ones. So when we, let's say, take out one sample and we find a problem in there, that will cause trouble. But that's already, because this is already a violation. So the representative sampling has one goal: to check the lot and to find the problem. But
So
because you might take out 100 samples, we know that from aflatoxin, there's nothing in there. And then you suddenly grab in and you find a huge amount of aflatoxin, which is a challenge, which is a threat to the consumer. So the representativeness is always a way to find the needle in the haystack. And if we go in, we take out one fish, and the fish is pollock and not cod, but declared as a cod, that is a problem.
Sure. So you need to at least, suppose if you test one sample, to ascertain you should do testing on other samples as well, isn't it? At least
that could be done in afterwards to find the extent of the whole problem.
But in this case, I see that there was no such testing done. Only once 3 products testing was done.
Exactly.
True.
Just to give my personal opinion on this, the reason is simply it killed the whole thing, because suddenly UN saw, listen, that is a problem, because that is, for your understanding, we are doing this test also for UN, because UN trusts us, particularly in this DNA testing.
Fine. Can you come to page number 7-33?
7-33. 33, you mean? In my?
Yes, 33.
33. Oh, 33. It's a picture, right? Something or 33. 33. 33. Pooh. You come now to the certificates.
Yeah, no, not certificate. 733. There's a picture. I'm on the picture.
7, okay. 36, I see, yeah, 36.
No, kindly, I think 3-4 pages ahead of it. Take your time.
Okay. What pages are you referring to again in my report?
Your internal page, there is a problem because the annexures you have not paginated.
Exactly.
You have 2587, I think 2587 running page 7-33.
Okay, 7-33. Okay, got it. Yeah, I see. You mean the headache?
Yes, exactly. Headache.
Okay.
I was pronouncing it as haddock. Who has written this? This is a sample collected by Eurofin, I think. Eurofin's barcode you can see here, 005225 below.
We got this from ECOLOG. And the handwriting is from ECOLOG. And
Fine.
the sticker, which is on there, this is our sample registration sticker. So every sample, when it comes in, gets registered in our ELIMS system, and then it's fixed.
But ECOLOG has got a lot of storage of fish, isn't it? They collect it from various agencies. They collect from East Fish. They collect from so many other sourcing people. They have a huge warehouse. Am I correct?
Sure. But this brings me back, I can only trust on the photographic evidence, which was provided to me in the course of this venture. And the photographic evidence clearly connects an East Fish package with this particular sample.
But don't you see a conflict of interest when you are paid by ECOLOG, you are a consultant to ECOLOG, and you are a managing director of Eurofin, and you get regular business from Eurofin, and you don't look at any of these parameters as an expert, and you just blindly believe ECOLOG? Don't you see some sort of a conflict of interest here?
Yeah, listen, we have, Eurofins has thousands of customers, and among them Eastfish, by the way. Eastfish is a customer in Germany. So, we have many, many customers, and it is our, this is clearly, it is our task to take every customer serious and to do our work under the highest ethical standards. And, the ethical standards mean that we don't change and don't manipulate certifications.
True, but the sample should be from the source, isn't it?
From, in this case, the sample was ordered by UN. So UN told ECOLOG, take a sample, send it to Eurofins, do the DNA test. They could have done it themselves also.
So there was a repacking by ECOLOG for sending the samples.
It had to be.
Okay.
Out of logistic and export, import regulations.
See, I'm told that a very good expert can always understand the glazing percentage by mere look, that, if it is 20%, you can see, and if it is 40%, who is really dealing with these products. I'm told by an expert that one can easily understand that if it is about 40, I'm not talking about 22 or 23, I'm talking about 20 to 40 or 20 to 50.
I know.
It can be.
I know.
I didn't get you.
I doubt that. I doubt that.
But can an experienced person do that if it's daily dealing with this?
Might be, yes. I was so, I'm not a fish expert. I'm always amazed what you can do with your eyes. So, for example, with rice, we know people in Pakistan who can determine a rice variety for which we need a DNA test by visual testing. So it might be here as well. But you know, don't ask me that question because I cannot give you an answer.
True, only a fish expert can say about it.
A specific fish expert, yeah.
Yeah, true. When did this? When did this East Fish obtained ISO 22,000 standard?
They got FSSC 22,000.
You're right, FSSC.
In that was I think that was April 2019, something like that. It's
Right.
in my answers to questions. I mentioned that, yeah, because I saw that.
Yes, you're right. My record also shows that. Yes. But all these consignments were prior to that, I believe. Is it correct?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Right. So this Codex standard was made applicable from April 19 to East Fish.
No, because East Fish was HACCP certified. So it had to comply under the Codex standard for hygiene.
That is true. But from April 2019, after getting the certificate, am I correct?
No, it was before. They already had to fulfill the high standards because a HACCP standard within the Codex and the Codex hygiene standard also already implies a lot of requirements.
That is true. But East Fish got this standardization certificate in April 2019.
But the HACCP was before. The HACCP was all the time, and it was a precondition to become a UN supplier.
So East Fish was having a certificate to supply to UN?
Not a certificate. It was checked by ECOLOG and approved as a supplier.
So East Fish was competent enough to supply to UN. Am I correct?
Based on the paperwork, yes.
They have that certificate standardization.
The HACCP.
ASAP, I'm not able to.
The HACCP, yeah, the HACCP. Oh, don't ask me. What is it? What does it mean? It means, don't ask me. It's CCP is critical control point. HACCP is, I don't know. So if they have to comply with certain standards to define critical control points in a production and to fulfill the requirements of the UN code for hygiene.
So you know that Mali and CAR is far away countries, isn't it? Too far away.
Sure.
How many kilometers roughly?
From Germany, no idea. You know, I would need to guess. So that's probably, I think, 3,000 kilometers, something like that. More than that might be.
Why did they not send anything from Mali to Eurofin? Why they only send it from Europe?
Exactly. There's a reason to that. And because DHL in Mali clearly said, we will not pick up cooked meat, cooked samples, food samples from you. So, and the requirements, so the problem is, and this is something we experience here permanently, shipment of samples of animal origin, not only the problem by the courier services in the country of origin, but also by the German customs authorities, by the EU customs authorities.
One question, please don't misunderstand me. Who assisted you in preparing this expert opinion?
Nobody. What I did was here. You know what this expert opinion, I got questions and answers for questions. I got only the questions. I got only the questions from ECOLOG. No, not from ECOLOG, from the counselor of ECOLOG. And then I prepared that on the basis of the documents they gave me and on the basis of our data and and what is in our electronic laboratory information management system.
You mean to say your means? You said your means?
Eurofins, our LIMS system.
Okay, your system.
Which holds all information.
I think I'm done, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Najir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nada. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Nada, just two very brief points. Could I ask you, please, you were trying to find a document before, and I want to see whether I was correct in the document that I found that I think you were referring to, because it might be of assistance to the court. It's PDF number 2485, and it is trial bundle reference 6-635.
Okay. So let me see. So do you know what is it? What page in the PDF?
It is 2485.
85.
Oh, sorry, apologies. I'm taking you to the wrong page. 2489.
489.
And it's 06-6.
Dear, okay. Yes.
So the trial bundle reference is 06-639.
Yeah.
Is this the document that you were looking for earlier on
Yeah.
today?
Codex has been, yeah, okay. Where is, at some point I found a document which clearly says that in the presence of the UN ration chief, are conducted with, upon our client analysis, are conducted with ration unit chief in mission. And at one point it says even that it was done in his presence. That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I now ask you to go to the page reference I've just taken you to a moment ago, which is 2485 of the PDF.
2485.
And it's bundle reference 6-635.
You mean the FAO?
Yes,
The
so
FAO yeah, okay.
We've got a document here. Could you explain what Lucianus means?
Lucianus, that is the genus name, and Campechanus, that is the red snapper, yeah?
So Lucianus campechanus is the red snapper?
As far as I know.
Okay.
I hope so.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions to ask.
I'm just checking it up in Google, so sorry.
All right.
Thank you ever so much.
Dr. Nada, thank you for your evidence, which has been very helpful. Thank you for your assistance. You have no further involvement in these proceedings, so you're free to leave us. So thank you for your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. So, Council, what should we do now? We have about 1 hour left today. I guess that is not sufficient time for proper oral submissions.
Judge, from my perspective, I think I could give my closing submissions in about 10 to 15 minutes, to be totally honest.
All right, Mr. Dinesh.
Your Honor, the entire case is unraveled here, and Your Honor is well aware of the whole facts now, and evidence is also there. So I sincerely believe that we don't need to, because law is left to you, Your Honor, and you know very well what is the situation.
Well, I'm just not. That's a few factual issues. Well, all right. Well, let's press on then. So, Ms. Walker, would you like to close now?
Would I be able to just have a 5-minute pause, given we've only just heard, or even maybe both myself and Mr. Dinesh would appreciate for 10 minutes. We do seem to have time on our side. If we can have 10 minutes and then we can crack on.
Then perhaps we could give you, what, 20 minutes each?
I'm not going to need 20 minutes.
All right. All right.
Me
Thank
too.
you. All right. All right. Thank you. Well, I'll adjourn then for 10 minutes. So just leave your cameras, turn off your cameras and microphones, but leave the link open. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Good. All right. Well, I think we're ready to go. Ms. Walker.
Thank you ever so much, Judge. As I said in my opening yesterday morning, this is a straightforward matter. The claimant either provided the correct goods in accordance with the supply contract or they did not. And the burden of proof is upon the claimant to demonstrate that it both provided the correct goods and that there are in fact monies owed. As we've discovered over the course of 2 days of evidence, the claimant simply has not discharged this burden. Throughout the claimant's case, the claimant has also not demonstrated why the second defendant was ever brought into these proceedings. In fact, the defendant has demonstrated that the claimant did not provide the correct goods that the parties contracted. The claimant breached the supply contract. The defendant has therefore incurred losses directly as a result of the claimant's actions and breach of the supply contract.
Ms. Walker, if I could just stop you. One question I have is in relation to the testing of the samples that were provided from the Central African Republic.
Yes.
And the samples that were found to be Pacific pollock when they were labelled as cod and plaice
Cod, plaice and haddock.
Haddock. But they weren't fish that were supplied to ECOLOG under this contract, were they?
So, Judge, there are two, of course, different matters. There's the MINUSCA and the MINUSMA UN missions.
Yeah.
And what we're looking at here is the MINUSMA mission, and what was requested in relation to that mission was cod, plaice and haddock.
But, well, perhaps I'm not explaining
Which
myself.
we've seen from the procedural orders.
But the fish that was supplied to Mali was not the fish that was tested. So are you saying that I should infer that the fish that was supplied to the Central African Republic was the same as the fish that was supplied to Mali and therefore did not accord with the requirements of the contract?
Well, as we heard from the evidence of Dr. Nader a moment ago, the only reason the DHL label says Central African Republic is because that's where the transportation from DHL has to occur. It's not the same as saying that the fish was never sent to Mali. It was that the location for the DHL delivery had to come from Central Africa because Mali has restrictions within the nation that prevents the transportation of products. Products.
So are you asking me to infer that the fish went from Mali to the Central African Republic to Germany?
For testing.
All right. Okay.
That is the only reason that we have this issue. I know that Mr. Dinesh has made reference to this a number of times, but actually it's simply just because of the fact that it's about the transportation of the sample, not about the fact that the goods only went to Central African Republic. We have two different UN missions. One is Mali and one is Central African Republic.
All right. Thank you.
In relation to the directly incurred losses that the defendant has had as a result of the claimant's breach are in threefold. The first is the excess costs which were incurred to reorder the claimant's rejected products from a third party.
It would help me if you could identify the documents that you rely upon to establish the quantum of that claim. Are they in your written submissions? I can't remember.
They're in the defence. I can take you to the page of the defence if you bear with me one moment. They were set out at the very defence and counterclaim when we submitted our pleadings, which the trial bundle reference is 01-178.
Right.
And the quantum was set out in the initial pleading. I did note that the claimant said that we've never provided the quantum, but as you can see, it's actually set out as a formal pleading in the counterclaim.
But that's pleading. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of what?
So in relation to the third party, it was a document that I did take.
It's the one that had the highlighting in it, is it?
It was indeed, yes, which I've got three bundle references. So if you just let me double check which one of the three that I took Mr. Gelov to, I believe it's this. Oh, yes, it is 05-1277.
05-1277. Thank you.
And then the second limb of the counterclaim is in relation to the cost of personnel to address this matter. And for the bundle reference, that is 05-1278.
How do you get that as a head of damage? That's not normally claimable as a head of damage, Ms. Walker, as you know. Internal costs incurred by a company responding to breach are not recoverable.
Judge, I take your point about the fact that it is an unusual damage that has been claimed. The reason this has been claimed is because it was an unusual circumstance whereby parties had to focus. Apologies, there's a siren going past my window. The parties had to focus their attention on this matter for a quite considerable amount of time because of the urgency that it.
That's the case with every dispute that ever goes to court. Every company that ever goes to court spends a lot of time getting ready for going to court, and none of the internal costs that are incurred are recoverable as damage.
Judge, if you're not with me, then I ask for it in the alternative.
Well, you haven't got any authority to support this proposition, have you?
No, I've not provided any authority at all. No. And then the final element is in relation to the Eurofins laboratory testing, which, as I've mentioned, I've set out the amount at the counterclaim of 01178, and that comes in the form of numerous.
Sorry, I understand the pleading. Where's the evidence of that payment?
So that comes in the form of multiple invoices, which are contained in the bundle, and I can provide you, if you give me one moment, with the page references. So we have we have an invoice here at bundle reference 05-1273. We can see it's, and unfortunately, the way the bundle was created.
I need to see all of the invoices. Is that all of them?
No, it's not. If you can just give me one moment, I can get them. Unfortunately, the way the claimant created the bundle, it's in multiple different locations across the bundle. So if you can bear with me one moment, I will be able to get those references for you. We have that document. We also have, and I apologise for the fact that this is going to be jumping about a tad.
Well, it's €509 there.
And
So
if possible, if I can actually come back to those page references once
Yes,
I
right.
if we can put a placeholder there for those references. But if there are any other references you'd like, I can get them.
You can drop me a note later if you like, setting out the references. But I need the
Absolutely.
The bundle is massive and it's got a whole lot of irrelevant stuff in there, and so finding it is difficult.
I apologise that it's taken me a moment, but I will be able to give them at the end of my closing submissions.
Right.
So they are the three elements that, of course, were included in the counterclaim. The claimant has not received payments for the goods from ECOLOG, as the goods were rejected for non-compliance. The UN, of course, in return, wouldn't pay ECOLOG for non-compliant goods, and therefore ECOLOG has not paid EastFish. And in accordance with the principle of general English law, as we're all very much aware of, a party pays for something that they receive and they don't pay for something they haven't received. That's the purpose of consideration in English law. The defendants...
I'm sorry, but if they haven't received it, they give it back. And that's not what happened, is it?
Yes, well, judges, of course, as we've seen in this case, there wasn't a detailed attempt to assist the claimant to receive these goods. We also need to bear in mind that these goods are perishable goods, and that they were not being kept in the condition because they were pending collection that they would be if they were ready for supply for the mission itself.
But they were still frozen, weren't they?
Well, we haven't actually got detail in terms of actually how the temperature that they were kept at, because they were being kept at a storage facility in order to await for the collection. So I wouldn't be able to provide evidence on that, and that isn't evidence that's included in this letter.
They hadn't reached their use by, had they?
No, they haven't. They were still within their expiry period.
And they were fit for human consumption. They just weren't labelled properly.
Well, as Dr. Nader actually gave in evidence, he wouldn't be able to say that they were fit for human consumption in relation to the fish species.
So your case, I take it, on this point is that once you gave notice of rejection, it was your obligation to make them available for collection.
Which we did.
Which you did. You fulfilled that obligation. They didn't collect within a reasonable time, and you were therefore entitled to dispose of them. That's right. Yes,
in accordance with our contract with the UN.
But your contract with the UN is not part of your contract with EastFish.
No, but as we have heard during submissions that were made by the claimant, that both yesterday in the form of opening, but also as we heard in the factual evidence from the claimant, that EastFish also is aware of requirements and the standard requirements of the UN. This is not the only company that produces products for the UN that EastFish works with.
But that's certainly right in relation to standards, but there's no evidence that EastFish knew or ought to have known that the UN wouldn't allow the return of the goods. Well, I don't see how you can rely on a contract with a third party. But let me put it this way. I think the critical question is whether you provided a reasonable opportunity to East Fish to recover the goods. If you did, then you complied with your contract. If you didn't, I'm not sure that any arrangement you have with the UN is going to help you.
Well, Judge, I can say in relation to your first point that yes, we submit and we've demonstrated in evidence that we did provide a reasonable opportunity. We're not talking about, as we've heard from Mr. Dinesh, a couple of days. We're talking about weeks. We also, not only that, but we also provided them from the get-go the information and knowledge that if they did not collect the goods, that unfortunately we were going to have to dispose of them in accordance with the UN requirements. So they were actually put on notice of that fact. They then simply ignored the fact that we'd said that and simply repeated the same point of saying they wanted to come and collect them. So it's not a situation here whereby we tried to pull the wool over their eyes and not let them know that disposal was unfortunately going to be an option as we moved forwards if they did not ensure that the goods were in fact collected. And as we've seen, they did not collect them in a timely manner, and the non-compliant goods were disposed of on the 5th of October 2019. Does that answer your question, Judge, or would you like me to expand upon that further?
Put the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dinesh's opening statement included points yesterday that I would like to highlight had not actually been pleaded in the submissions or had been provided in evidence in these proceedings, some of which were evidence that he was putting in from his own research, it did seem. And what the defendants would submit is this is another example of the claimants attempting to pull the wool over the eyes of the court to try and move the focus away from actually what really is the heart of this case. Furthermore, as was demonstrated during the claimant's evidence yesterday, documents which were submitted did not exist, had not been provided by the defendants, had in fact been provided by the defendants, and they were into evidence during the cross-examination. I remember yesterday we addressed the point where I put some documents specifically to Mrs. Sadir because they were documents that both in the opening statement, the written opening statement and the oral opening statement it had stated were not in existence. Now, the claimant called 2 factual witnesses. And as was referenced in my opening yesterday, the claimant made the choice to not call an expert witness, and it's respectfully submitted that the court should make an adverse inference in relation to the claimant's inability to provide expert evidence. I noted today that Mr. Dinesh said about an expert making a comment. Of course, we don't know who that expert is, and that should be struck from the record.
Well, I can't really draw an inference from the failure to call, though, but the reality is that there's only one expert witness, that's Dr. Nada. Unless there's reason to doubt his evidence, then it stands uncontradicted.
I was going to move on to say that we would submit that it's an uncontested expert evidence.
Yes.
The claimant did attempt, it seemed yesterday, to use Mrs. Girish as an expert witness, but as we're all aware, she is a factual witness. Now, Mrs. Girish's evidence yesterday actually confirmed that it was not the case that the first defendant tested the DNA during the pre-inspection, and that therefore it was only upon receipt of all of the goods that the first defendant was able to discover the exact species of the fish which was contained in the packaging. And also Mrs. Girish confirmed that East Fish does not comply with the international standards in relation to deglazing and that they use their own version. Now, Mr. Sadir, we heard for quite a considerable amount of time yesterday, with respect, was not a credible witness. Throughout his evidence, he contradicted himself. He gave what can only be described as untruths and false answers, and at times seemingly seemed to give scripted answers which were not relevant to the question at hand. And as was put to him yesterday, there did seem to be some occasions where there was a potential influence of third parties, whether it be through individuals he spoke to during the lunch break or different individuals that seemed to be present in the room. And I would submit this.
If they were third parties helping him, they didn't do a very good job, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Judge. I would agree with that entirely. And I would, of course, on that note, submit that Mr. Sadir's evidence, both his chief and cross, was entirely unreliable and should not be referred to by this court. In a similar way to the claimant's attempt to reformulate Mrs. Girish's evidence, I'd like to draw, Judge, your attention to a document that will be in your trial bundle. It's not in mine, because I'm using the trial bundle that was finalised on Tuesday the 14th of June, which is a document that was attempted to be put in the bundle on Friday the 17th of June, which for your reference is 10-124. Now there was numerous references to this document, and I would like to highlight this is not a document that is in my bundle because it was not in the bundle that was finalised in accordance with the court order.
Food control manual, is it?
Indeed, yes. It's a document that the claimant tried to squeeze into his opening submissions yesterday. It's not a document that the claimant has permission to use, whether it be permission from the defendants, nor was an application made yesterday to add this to the bundle. What instead happened was again, I'm using the phrase wool over the eyes, was the attempt to try and squeeze it into the bundle at the very last minute on Friday afternoon. And therefore, I would ask the court to discount this document entirely. It is not part of the evidence. It was not used as evidence attached to any witness statement that the claimant relies upon, and nor was it attached to the skeleton argument or opening submission on the part of claimant's counsel. And of course, if it's not been adduced as evidence, it should be a document that should be struck from the record of this bundle. Turning now to the defendant's factual witness, which was Mr. Gelov, it's respectfully submitted that he provided cogent and considered evidence to assist the court. In fact, he corrected claimant's counsel when the questions were factually incorrect, and he offered to elaborate upon answers which was often not taken up by Mr. Dinesh.
Can you repeat, please? Can you repeat that again, please?
Yes. That Mr. Gelov corrected claimant's counsel when the questions were factually incorrect and offered to elaborate upon answers which was not taken up by Mr. Dinesh. Would you like me to repeat that again, Mr. Dinesh? No.
Fine.
Thank you. In terms, as we've already made reference to, Dr. Naze's evidence is completely uncontested. He provided a thorough and clear opinion with answers to questions that had been put to him in written form by the claimant, but he also provided a very thorough and clear oral evidence today, and therefore his opinion and answers to the claimant's questions should stand as persuasive expert evidence that the court should rely upon. As was made reference to yesterday in my opening submissions, and was also made reference to in my written opening, the claimant has made very serious allegations throughout the pleadings, the witness statements and the submissions, which have not been proven on the evidence. And this is in clear breach of 17.43 of the rules of the DIFC courts, because the claimant has failed to provide full and specific details of any allegation of fraud, dishonesty, malice or illegality. And therefore, in conclusion, with respect, the claimant has brought an entirely spurious claim and has attempted to obtain monies on the basis of its own breach of contract. The claim should be dismissed and the counterclaim that the defendant has put forward should be awarded. Now, Judge, I've got some page references for you, which will hopefully assist you in relation to the invoices for Eurofins.
Thank you.
So there's a summary of the Eurofins invoices at 05-491.
Yes.
At 05-1253, there is an email confirming that the invoices have been paid.
Yes.
And I've also taken you already to 05-1273.
Let me just have a look at 05/491. Just a minute. Now, what's that document? That's a document that's produced for these proceedings.
Which document are you referring to, Judge?
05/491.
I'm just going to bring it up if I may. I've just had the reference sent to me, so if you give me one moment.
What's
It's
that
a
telling me? And how do I
breakdown.
know that, how do I know that all this testing was caused by the claimant's breach?
And well, as we can see here, we've got a detailed breakdown of the item codes, and we've also got a detailed breakdown of the invoice amounts. But we can also see the fish products, which are the same fish products that we've been looking at multiple times on the procedural orders and in relation to disposal certificates.
Look at the other 05-1253, I think was the other page you referred me to.
1253, yes.
I see. And what do how do I know that all these items add up to the amount that you've claimed?
Judge, I could do the maths for you if that would assist.
All right, but is there a document somewhere summarising?
Well, that is, again, that's my pleading, where I've got the total amount.
It's just a conclusion, isn't it?
But they are the invoices that we have in the bundle.
All right. Okay.
And just as a final comment, of course, to summarise the case whereby we submit that it is the claimant that who has actually breached the supply contract, that we must bear in mind that this was not a situation whereby the defendants did not give sufficient notice to the claimant to collect these goods. I took the witnesses yesterday through numerous emails, which was correspondence, which is on record, to demonstrate both assistance being provided, also gratitude from Eastfish to thank the defendants for the support that the defendants were providing in organising and assisting in the collection of these items. And of course, as we saw, the items were never collected by Eastfish.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Dinesh.
Thank you, Ms. Emma. Thank you, Your Honor. This is a case, Your Honor, as some of the emails read out during the course of cross-examination of Mr. Girish, that our company's sole existence is based on this. ECOLOG is a mammoth-like company. We have been supplying the goods for the last 5 years. And fine morning, they said, look, your goods are rejected, and without any documents. And all along, everything is purely ECOLOG documents. And all these months, we have been requesting, please provide us any UN document. They said, no, sorry, it is not our responsibility to provide you the documents. Your documents are rejected. And ECOLOG has no problem at all. They took it so casually because they did not pay a penny to us, and they just destroyed without even giving reasons to us. So just imagine a company like us, the existence of a company like us, and brutally they did this case. And we have been requesting, there were a series of emails requesting us to take back the goods. Unfortunately, it is not correct, because the first stand of ECOLOG is that we can't re-export because you supply to UN. Thereafter, you change your stand. They changed the stand and said, of course, now you can re-export, and gave us 48 hours time to pick up. So that is not a fair practice in international trade, and not expected from a company like a defendant. And so far as the second defendant is concerned, during the course of trial, particularly from the evidence of Mr. Geller, it has come on evidence. And as far as the expert witness also, that ECOLOG has got an office in Dubai, and the wholly owned subsidiary, which is placed at UAE, is assisting in procurement of goods to the UAE. So they are part and parcel of this transaction.
Well, Mr. Dinesh, you mentioned that you weren't given an opportunity to recover the goods and you were given short notice. But the evidence, I think, establishes that there was discussions, there was emails exchanged towards the end of July. That ran into the Eid holiday, and there were more real emails through to mid-August, and you were told that the goods were going to be destroyed. But in fact, they weren't destroyed until the 5th of October. So what was happening what was your client doing between mid-August and the actual destruction of the goods on the 5th of October? Anything?
Yes, I got the question. On 5th of the email correspondence after after 15, that after giving us the confirmation, import confirmation certificate, they said, sorry, we can't do anything because the process started irreversible. So you can't help, we can't help it. So they stopped it.
All right.
Yes. They said, sorry, we can't do. That is the deadline they are given. 8th of August deadline, 8th to 15th is the whole Eid holidays. And we provided them the confirmation certificate on 15th, but they said after 8th, it is irreversible process. You can't do anything.
Right.
And the time they are given is only from 24th to 8th, few extensions to recollect everything. Prior to that, the stand was that we can't export it. And they changed the stand only on 23rd of July up to August 8th. And in that few days, we had to re-export the whole stuff back to UAE. That was beyond our control. Then my respective submission, my lords, so far as my learned friend has began, and the question is also that they could not send the products from Mali. Then in that case, what basis they send the products to CAR? If they can't send the products to any other place, they can't send the products to CAR also. So that is quite applicable. They send the product, if they said only to make it up, they said that they send the product to CAR, which is a faraway country. From CAR, they send back to, they send to Hamburg for testing. So my respectful submission is prima facie, it can't be trusted. And so far as the honesty part is concerned, Your Honor, I've seen that is only, they tried to wriggle out saying that we produced certain invoices of 2014 and 18, so far as in the case of risk purchase. And when we pointed out during the opening argument saying that, look, you have produced invoices of 14 and 18, their witness said, no, that we made only for the purpose of comparison. I can never hear in international trade that somebody is bringing an invoice of 2014 to establish that this is the price of 2019 product. So this is only a cover up, and if this is not dishonesty before this honorable court, what else is the dishonesty? And apart from that, I just want to point out one more aspect, my lords. So far as coming back to two witnesses are concerned, my respectful submission, my learned friend said adverse inference should be drawn against the witness. But adverse inference should be drawn against the expert witness. He is an interested witness. He is having a serious conflict of interest, and he is not a fish expert. He is going by Google. And that is own question by Miss Emma. They said, you go to Google, you can find out. And apart from that, this Mr. Dr. Nadar, he said he's not a fish expert, and is an expert. He's supposed to look at the values before any test. He has just seen the photographs, passed over to him someone else, and said that, look, I've seen everything. And it not even test. At the same time, he says that I've gone through the entire case records. He has not gone through the case records. He is not an expert. He could not say a word as an expert. He was talking like an interested witness put up by ECOLOG. And he himself said, I've been paid for this by ECOLOG. And my company, what is his company? Eurofins. I explained, I asked him, what is your company? Eurofins. We are contesting the case of Eurofins with an expert evidence. And he says, it's my company. Then my respectful submission, my lords, so far as the Mr. Gelov's evidence is concerned, Gelov came into the picture only in the month of April. Gelov, he has no idea what really transpired apart from the documents. And there were a series of persons, a number of gentlemen involved in this trade, and there were a series of emails, marking emails to different personalities. And Gelov, he said, they have got different departments. Gelov himself initially said there is only one email in the month of March, which again in the month of June again sought the products from East Fish, and thereafter he had to discredit that and say that number of emails. It is not of the mails, one of the mails email. It is a series of transactions, and they said no, it is our purchase department. They are not aware because East Fish was not blacklisted, or even East Fish is not blacklisted for that matter. Then my respectful submission, my lords, 5 years, they were collecting these goods. And the species, there is no denial of this fact that the very same company from India was sending this red snapper, and the label is also the species is there. And Mr. Gelov admitted that there was a DNA test conducted initially before starting the contract with us. If they had conducted a DNA test, and if it is found that this red snapper is not from that particular place, then why, on what basis they can say now, saying that red snapper is from different place? And so far as excusing of document is concerned, my lords, I did not request this honorable court to refer to that subsequent mail. I'm conscious that there is no application file to take that particular document on record. I am conscious of that. I did not mention that. All through this trial, we were referring to the document which were filed initially. And so far as Food and Agriculture Organization is concerned, they mentioned during the course of trial that it is a procedure of UN. Procedure of UN, it is an international organization and international manuals. When they talked about procedure of EL, I did not refer to any document. I only asked him, is this a procedure? Or don't you have a duty to send back the goods as per your procedure? When he talks about the procedure, I can always argue on that basis of the procedure and ask questions. That's how it has come on record, not by way of excusing the documents, and your Lordship may kindly take note of that fact. And my lords, there are a lot of documents, emails they file, but these are all self-styled documents. Because I am in complete darkness, I don't know what is happening between. They said, sorry, we are not responsible to send you the documents. We are not responsible to tell you the reasons. That is a contract between me and you. At the same time, the defendant is not even owner of the goods. I'm the person who spent my hard-earned money, sent the goods. They did not pay a penny for that. And they say we have a contract with the UN, and you are not supposed to know what transpired between UN. I can understand. UN has got a lot of privileges. UN has got immunity. But UN, the company which is dealing with UN, does not have that immunity. The contract is between two parties, and two parties have no immunity at all. UN might be having immunity. If there is a breach of contract, the onus is on. When I discharge my burden by cross-examining these witnesses, showing that the same product was going to defendant all these years, and look at the expert evidence, as well as please see the evidence of Mr. Gallo. They have absolutely no idea, and they were taking the cover of UN each and every sentence. They said, look, this is UN, this is UN. Even expert evidence said, this is UN. But show me some document saying that UN rejected my goods. Not even a single piece of paper the defendant has produced rejecting the goods by UN, apart from two email communications, which was on 5th of February as well as 14th of February. That also does not talk about rejection. That only says that please test these items. And interestingly, there is not even a single report, scientific report, suggesting that these items were tested. So there is no testing conducted, there is no document produced, and they produce a number of invoices in the counterclaim, invoices for the sake of invoices, because in my liability comes when the defendant pays for something. There is nothing on record, their own self-styled invoices producing, we spent this much, we spent that much. And there also, again, there are multiple disposal statements, the weight of quantity, the weight varies, description varies, and absolutely, I can't ask any question. I can't ask for my money. I can't ask for reasons. I can't ask for rejection. I am supposed to be in absolute non-questionable state without questioning. This is a commercial transaction. And there are certain fair practices in international trade. And there are mitigating that is known to every person in international trade. Otherwise, commerce will not survive. International trade will not survive. When one party says, sorry, I am rejecting the goods, I have a right under 35A, the partially rejected, I can reject fully under Sale of Goods Act. Of course, I'm talking about the international practice of mitigating damages. That's how the trade progresses. It is not arbitrary action just because of the financial muscle power of a party cannot unnecessarily can't frustrate a smaller party like this international trade. There won't be any trade in commerce like this. And my respectful submission, my lords, we are a small company. I'm coming back to that. Our entire business is based on this. And there's a huge amount of money. It is nothing for ECOLOG. It's a huge amount of money. And we requested, Sudhir Communications was referred by Ms. Emma, and that gentleman was begging, please give us 80%. Please continue the business. Please give us only 80%. Thank you. Sorry, we did. Thank you. Sorry, please give us 80%. He was looking, he mentioned that I'm a salesperson. I wanted business because this is UN supply. It is like railway supplies. And when the railway is private, the public sector undertaking, only the railway is the consumer. Like I'm a UN supplier. UN is the only consumer. My whole trade is based on UN supply. And UN supplier says, sorry, you are out. then where do I stand? Sudhir's job is gone. Everybody's job is gone in that department. So they want to survive. They said, okay, we are ready to do any sort of compromise. That is not acceptance. It is a trade practice where whoever is familiar with the trade practice, they will go for concessions. They went to the extent of taking 80% of the product, but they took the cover of UN. Sorry, we are not supposed to give you anything. This is what actually happened. And Your Honor may kindly go through the evidence, the expert evidence. Adverse inference should be drawn against the expert evidence as well as Gelov evidence. He is also not party to many of the transactions. That's all I have to submit, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, is there anything that took you by surprise in those submissions that you feel the burning need to respond to?
Only one, which was the point about the conflict of interest in relation to the expert. Amusingly, Mr. Dinesh referred to himself as being Eastfish, so it does seem as if when we're looking at independence that we need to be bearing in mind pronouns. But there is absolutely no evidence at all from the evidence we've heard today that Dr. Nader is not an independent witness. He made a joke about Google, and it was a light-hearted comment, which I think most parties on this screen did smile at, and to accuse Dr. Nader of being in any way in a position of a conflict of interest, I think is a poor form on the part of, respectfully, Mr. Dinesh. But that is my only comment.
Mr. Dinesh, you want to add something?
The last one sentence, Your Honor. First of all, that is evidence. And second, Mr. Emma was shocked to hear this Google reference, and Miss Emma stopped her re-examination then and there itself. And apart from that, Mr. Nader itself, Dr. Nader himself said that, of course, there is a slight conflict of interest. That is the actual word. We can hear it. That is what the transcript is. He himself has admitted that aspect. He was embarrassed with that question.
All right. Obviously, I will need to consider my decision. I will need to review all the voluminous materials that have been provided, and I'm going to order transcript and review the transcript of the evidence as well. So that'll take me a little while, and I've got a few other things to be doing. So don't sit by your desks waiting for the decision, but I will get onto it as soon as I can, and I'll publish my reasons. I thank you both for your assistance, and the court will now adjourn.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.